relationship with these parents resulted in them training me, teaching me, coaching me, mentoring me. And that I wound up from doing that, creating jobs for other people and creating a revenue stream when we sold the business. So I love that, the ability to train. And that's what I'll be doing with you in the special private training that we're going to be doing for cracking the tax code for small businesses. I cannot wait to share with you what I know and how powerful that information is going to be. The truth is, the rich have powerful secrets that they teach their kids to do before they even get to college. They teach their kids about money, they teach their kids about taxes, right, which is what we're going to be learning. They teach their kids about law, they teach their kids about technology, about real estate, about investing, about building businesses, about luxurious vacationing, about creating income streams, about producing intellectual property assets, one of my favorite things. And one thing they never teach them is how for them to be an employee. So I'm looking forward to seeing you on April 5th. And if you guys want to go ahead and purchase your course early, I'm giving a discount of $200. So until March 28th, just before midnight, you can get $200 off of the course. So it's going to be decreased from $997 to $797, but that ends at midnight on March 29th. So go ahead, get your course early, save the $200, and I'm really looking forward to training you and coaching you and guiding you with all the knowledge that I've learned over the years. Thank you for being a part of this beautiful world, and thank you for spending a little time with me, Dr. Liddy, the good lawyer and the good business coach.
The United Nations hired Dr. Liddy to instruct small to medium-sized enterprises across the globe on the laws that impact their businesses. Connect with Dr. Liddy today by visiting drliddy.com and at linktree/Dr. Liddy.
The world is hurting right now, and it's time to rise up. As we lift ourselves up in body, mind, and spirit, we can reach out to others and be a light in a sea of darkness. Welcome to the Movement for Global Health with your host, Dr. Mary Zenit.
Today, we are truly welcome. We're privileged to have Justin Bethany, nurse practitioner, with us. Justin has been in private practice as a psych NP for over 10 years. He cares for adults and children with mental health conditions that are very high functioning. They're working, they're in school, but they seek out Justin's help because they want to optimize their mental health well-being. So we're really privileged to have him here today, and we're going to learn a lot. Justin primarily focuses on the emotional distress that's associated with anxiety, mood disorders, and ADHD. Justin graduated from the Massachusetts General Institute of Health Professions in 2011. And in 2020, he wrote and released the Mental Wellness Diet. And we're going to be talking more about that, and we will give you the link below. And the book is based on the idea that if we feed our brain with the nutrients that it craves, we will be better able to feel and function at our best. So Justin, welcome.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Yeah, very happy to have you here. I read your book. Your book is really excellent, and I wanna right from the start for our listeners. The link will be below. We really want them to click on the link, get a copy. You've got several forms, right? You've got ebook.
Kindle, ebook. It's on a paperback on Amazon. That's the easiest way to get the paperback.
Okay.
And recently, I got an audiobook going. So it's not my voice. Actually, here's a benefit of modern day life. I paid a service. An AI computer read the book.
Really?
Yeah, that made it kind of doable and fast and much better than probably it would have been if I read it. And
Wow.
so that was a really neat thing. And so you can download that off of the website, the mentalwellnessdiet.com.
Okay, beautiful. So we'll get that link for our listeners to hop on and get that book, because there's a lot of information, a lot of important information there. You know, I listened to that book and you talked about the canary in the coal mine. Can you talk a little bit about that as it pertains to our topic?
Sure. I tried to jam pack as much helpful tidbits and nuggets and information about brain science and nutrition and lifestyle into the book as possible, but I also valued the read. I also valued the readability, the digestibility, no pun intended. And I often used a lot of analogies in the book to kind of help make real and help explain what's going on. Us humans dropped into this modern day world. What's the mismatch? And so the canary in the coal mine, not everyone has heard of this, but when coal miners would go down into the dusty caves and dig for coal, sometimes they would unearth lethal gases like carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide is odorless, and so they wouldn't be aware of the danger. So they would bring a canary, a yellow bright canary, into the cave. If they looked over and they saw the canary keeled over in the cage, they'd say, okay, something's happened, we got to get out of here. And they would be able to read that signal and escape and get away.
Yeah. So what's the analogy today? What's the canary in the coal mine today? I mean, that's quite an analogy. Here's a poor canary dying. It's like, so what do our listeners need to make the connection with?
Well, it can be complicated. We're all supposed to have feelings. We're all supposed to be sad, angry, frustrated, lonely at times. Feelings are important. Mental health symptoms stem from feelings, but they generally are larger, more severe, more impactful, more persistent, really interrupting our lives and really harmful and awful. The mental health symptoms that many of us face are the canaries. And not necessarily for every mental illness, but definitely for anxiety and depression, they could be signals to us. It's the canary keeled over that says, hey, you got to make some changes. You got to get out of this lethal environment. You got to escape. You got to make some changes.
Wow. And we don't think we hear that often enough.
Well, healthcare today, right? Healthcare today, it's kind of, there's the term throughput. When a person walks through a door, because of the healthcare is designed the way it's designed, you're not necessarily a person. You kind of are a bit more of a number or a project or a puzzle than a person. And so, what we hear is, well, this happens, don't worry about it, take this pill, try this surgery, do this, or don't worry about it. And next.
Exactly. One size fits all, very medication focused, but no real understanding of the dynamics, of the depth that's really going on under the surface when somebody is struggling with depression, anxiety, ADHD. So in your practice, do you do therapy as well?
Yeah, the way I'm fortunate in Oregon, it's a very friendly state and very generous with health insurance reimbursements. So I spend an hour with patients When patients are doing well, we cut it back to a half an hour.
Mhm.
To 2 hours, but starting out, it's a 2-hour intake to kind of get the full story. And then an hour, out of that hour follow-up, it could be maybe 5 or 10 minutes about any medications that we're trying. And
Yeah,
the
yeah.
rest is the story and what's going on and how they're making meaning of what's going on for them in their life. And a
That
lot of
is so profound. And that
yeah.
model is certainly not the prevailing model today.
No, I hear things online about people wanting to move back to that. I remember,
Oh, very much so.
yeah, networking with, there was this therapist in town who was towards retirement age, past retirement age. And I was telling her about my hour-long follow-ups. And I thought it was my idea. And she said, no, no, no. All the old timer psychiatrists in town, they all do hour-long follow-ups. But it used to be. It's not a new idea.
No, I'll be honest with you. Okay, so let me tell you, I trained as an adult psychiatrist, and the child psychiatry was at Northwestern, and Northwestern was a very, very dynamically oriented. I mean, we would do hours of evaluations for the children and their families. This huge. It was just remarkable. So that was from 84 to 86. Okay. And that was in the Chicago area. So then I was in practice. So for the first few years, yeah, I had the latitude to have that hour time. And then by the 90s, I'll just tell you my experience.
Mm-hmm.
The fast forward, it was like somebody pressed a fast forward on a treadmill. And then we were seeing people, 30 minutes, and then it went to 20, 30, 20, 15, 20 minutes.
Sure.
What can you do? What can you do in 15, 20 minutes?
Well, wasn't Prozac either invented or released in 1987?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
it was right around that time. Absolutely.
Yeah, put it in the timeline. Yeah.
Everything converged. And then there was this HMO Act and all of this, and it was everything shifted. It became a top-down approach. And as a practitioner, you just don't know what to do. It's like they pulled the carpet out from under you, not only me, but our patients. And so I think that those models prevailed for quite some time. And I'm just so grateful to hear that in Oregon that you're changing.
Yeah, and a few of my colleagues up here are doing something similar. It's really great. You know what I was thinking about the other day? I get the sense that if you are a specialist, liver, kidney, heart, even brain, there's a good understanding, and then there's, the doctor can communicate. First you learn normal function. First you learn how the organ works. Well, what about the mind, body, and spirit? All I got was my 5th grade health class, talking about self-esteem and moods and feelings and thinking and memory and all these things. Psychiatry, I think we need to do a little bit better job at diagnosing normal before we jump to diagnosing abnormal.
Exactly, because as you said earlier, okay, we all have emotions. We all have emotions, and we shouldn't necessarily pathologize them, but help people navigate. Like you say, is that canary singing? What does this mean? What's the meaning of this symptom? And then what can we do about it and optimize? I think it's much more personal. It's much more meaningful. So I applaud you for what you're doing. I think it's so needed. It is so needed. And I'm hoping, because we talk about health reform issues, we have on other podcasts. So I'm hoping our listeners get some real encouragement from that. The people like yourself and your colleagues they're doing something about this.
Well, it's partly selfish. I mean, I enjoy my job.
Exactly.
I got a better batting average, the doctor burnout and the moral injury, that topic is really big now. All the doctors and nurses are are kind of reaching their limit. And I think it has a lot to do with that healthcare system we were just talking about, all the pressures.
Exactly. Exactly. So let's get back to mental health. Let's talk about, because you talk a lot in your book about diet. So
Mhm.
give our listeners the overview of the connection with diet and mental health.
So let's define the word diet, because diet often can be a turnoff. But
Mhm.
I was aiming for a bestseller, so I had to put the word diet in the title. It's not prescriptive, and it's not harsh, and it's not definitive. The diet here includes food that we can ingest,
Mhm.
lifestyle activities that we can put in our daily life, our meaning and purpose diet, our sensory sensation diet. So the diet is kind of more about maybe just a roadmap or a template for what to try to include in our life and what try to exclude. So the diet for the food part, no surprise, sugar, limited grains is part of my diet. And those would be some of the more important things: trans fats, the processed food. If it comes in a shiny package, don't eat it. So that's kind of what to exclude. What to include is listed based on priority, based on the concept of nutrient density, which is a concept that's gaining popularity. For every single bite of food, how much nutrients is jam-packed in that food? So organ meats has B vitamins, copper, iron, zinc, other protein factors, really important stuff. You compare that to Cheerios, it blows Cheerios out of the water. So that's kind of one of the main staples. The organ meats, animal meats is behind that. Seafood and shellfish and fish, really important. Fermented foods, and then colorful fruits and vegetables for the polyphenols and flavonoids. Flavonoids, I think, will become a really interesting topic moving into the future. Turmeric, ECCG from green tea, resveratrol, rutin, luteolin, all these compounds which have funny sounding names, which I think we'll come to understand and know how to pronounce in 10 years. These things do great things in the body and in the brain. And if your brain's healthy, you're probably going to have better brain function. If your brain functions better, you'll probably be able to cope better. And most likely you'll have less impactful mental illness symptoms.
Wow. Well, that's a broad overview, but I hope our listeners are catching all those really important categories of foods, all of them. And, I know people are a little bit anxious and resistant to the organ meats, but I've heard, I've taken classes with Chris Kresser, and I just think the world of him, and he writes a lot about this.
Yeah, and that's kind of what turned me on to the ancestral diet lifestyle.
Yes,
Chris Kresser, followed him for
absolutely, absolutely. And I strongly encourage our listeners to get online. If you have, I do this. If I have a topic, I want to know what Chris Kresser thinks about it.
Yeah.
Hop on there and just, get him. He'll have an excellent review article. And like you said, too, the fermented, really important, really, all this is really important. And as you said earlier, if it's packaged, you know what, take a pass on it. I'll be very honest with you. I mean, so much of what's in the store is not healthy.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not healthy. Think about all the aisles with all these packaged foods.
Yeah. Well, we don't want to risk being holier than thou. I ate an energy bar that was wrapped in a shiny package yesterday because I was short on time, because I live in modern day life. But when I got home and I had more time, I made, a Mexican dish with potatoes and rice and black beans and meat, cilantro,
Absolutely.
So you do your best. And that's definitely the message that will come through in my book, or if you come to see me.
Absolutely. I think that's the most important thing. We do live in the modern world.
Mm-hmm.
It's that we want to raise awareness. We want light bulbs to go on. It's like, okay, weigh the averages, have more of these healthy foods and less of the scale. of these unhealthy foods.
Yeah, and I had a great, really good supervisor when I was going through school, and he taught me a number of good tidbits. But one of them was, of course, one of the more helpful things you can communicate to a patient is, of course you're feeling this, of course you're feeling that, of course you had this reaction.
Yeah.
In modern day life, there's a lot of courses. I mean, this book is trying to answer that question that maybe people out there have asked in their mind, or the question's there, they just haven't connected the dots on it. Why do I feel bad? And that's kind of really what I was going for. Why do I feel bad? So I try
Is
to give
it
an
safe to say that shifting the foods you eat and your lifestyle can, in and of itself, improve your mental health? I'm not saying if you have a condition that it's going to cure it. We're not talking about cure, but I'm saying improve.
Yeah, well, it's definitely like dominoes. Just patient yesterday, every time I explain science to my patients and I use my hands, I can see them gloss over, but some of it gets through the barrier. And I asked him about his sleep, and I said, "You were having some problems waking up in the middle of the night." And he said, "Yeah, not no more." And I said, "Oh, what do you think happened?" And he's like, "Well, the sugar." I said, "Sorry?" He said, "Use the sugar." He said, "Stop eating so much sugar at night, because if I eat sugar, my blood," he repeated back the gist of what I was saying about, insulin spikes, and then reactive hypoglycemia, and then a cortisol and adrenaline response in the middle of the night. And he got the gist. And so he's sleeping better and coincidentally feeling better. So this is kind of how the dominoes can fall for people if you take care of the body that we live in.
Exactly. For the short term, and then all those good ingredients is going to help you for the long term.
Yeah. I mean, Alzheimer's, dementia is definitely on the rise.
Absolutely.
Our brain is an organ. It's interesting. Our brain doesn't have the pain sensation that other organs have. So when it's diseased, it's going to be brain fog, memory lapses, mental symptoms. It's not going to be like, "Oh my God, I'm," like what happened in your knee or your kidneys or your heart.
Exactly. You can't, other than a headache, but I mean, most often it's silent. You can't really tell. Now, how about brain fog? Talk a little bit about that.
So there's a good theory about brain fog, stemming from excessive immune response in the brain. There's what they've identified when they test lab rats. They'll inject them with dead bacterial cell fragments called LPS, lipopolysaccharides, and then they'll observe the rats or mice exhibit "quote unquote" sickness behavior. Sickness behavior is basically all the symptoms of depression: isolation, slowing down, not socializing, kind of just resting. They don't last as long in the forced swim test. They kind of give up. And so when there's too much inflammation in an immune response, you will kind of convalesce. You'll go away and hide. You'll kind of go to the cave and just rest and stay away from everybody. Well, I guess that's the version of mice depression. So anyways, the scientists have kind of discovered how excessive immune messengers can stimulate excitatory neurotransmitter receptors in the brain. If you overexcite the brain, that causes sort of static. It's hard to focus. There's too many thoughts happening at once. You can't be linear with your thinking and actions, and it's foggy.
It's foggy, yeah. So in other words, it's another sign. It's a canary singing, "Hey, there's something going on."
Definitely. Yeah, brain fog is really popular with autoimmunity, a condition where there's an excessive immune response, unnecessary, excessive, over the top immune response. So not all of us have autoimmunity, but we all do have the chronic low-grade systemic inflammation going on from our diet and lifestyle inputs: sugar, artificial lights, too much time indoors, not enough time socializing, not clean air, not clean water.
Exactly. All those things. So I hope our listeners are hearing the importance, because I hear a lot of people will say, that just, you know, they might not call it foggy, but there's just not like they used to be, not mentally as sharp as they used to be. And it's a challenge, but it's a sign that you need to talk to someone and figure out what's going on and make these lifestyle changes.
Well, there's a great book, The End of Alzheimer's by Dale Bredesen, who was a scientist and a doctor that kind of got adopted into functional medicine. He talks about the 36 holes in the ceiling, and it could be, vascular, it could be heavy metals, it could be toxicity, it could be blood sugar issues. So if you're in a 7-minute appointment and you tell your primary care doctor, I'm feeling a little foggy, it does put pressure on the doctor to say, oh, don't worry about it. We all get that when we get older. End of conversation. So that's the reason why I wrote this book. That's probably the reason why Dr. Bredesen wrote his book. I hear you have a book coming out. We want to help people make connections.
We're making connections, and we want people to be aware that these are changes that each one of us can make. And like you said earlier, it doesn't have to be perfect. We all live in the real world. We all have stresses. But when we're aware, okay, when we go to the store, we have a much better chance of selecting ingredients that are going to be helpful and not harmful for us. Okay, there's so many pesticides. The pesticide issue alone is just
I think I heard a news story about glyphosate. A certain percentage of the population has glyphosate in their urine. Glyphosate.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the CDC. It just came out. Yeah. It's like, come on. And so then when we talk about this, and I talk about it a lot about eating organic, and it's hard. It is more expensive. But then you ask yourself, okay, then make trade-offs. If everything can't be organic, then go to Environmental Working Group, and then they have that list of the Dirty Dozen or the Clean 15, right? And they're talking about which have less chance of being covered with pesticides.
Sure. So, in my website, as a teaser, I put out a 25-page ebook free. In exchange, you put in your email. That's the payment. You put in your email. I'll get you on the newsletter, and you download the book, and it's got 5 recipes, and they're all simple. It's like how to cook a cast iron pan is my favorite way. How to cook a chicken breast. How to cook a steak frittata, which has a bunch of veggies and healthy eggs in it. And so it's going to help you hopefully overcome that resistance, the knowledge gap, the confidence gap, energy gap, the effort gap. It's got to be easy. Not everybody can make poached eggs with watercress and salmon for breakfast every day. We gotta be reasonable, but we can do it. We can definitely
do it. That's wonderful. So, and at the end, we'll make sure we have the link to your website. And what is it?
The mentalwellnessdiet.com.
Okay, real easy. Real easy.
Tabs, free ebook. That's where you can go and click.
Okay, yeah. So that's one of our action steps. We all need to do that. And thank you for doing that, because that's real helpful. We're all busy. It's easy to get overwhelmed, but if these are simple recipes that we can integrate into our lives, well, that's phenomenal.
Yeah, it's got to be fun, and I think that was the driving force behind writing a book in the way that I tried to write the book.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you did a really, really wonderful job. So again, I want people to get this book. We'll have the link below, and it's the Mental Wellness Diet.
That's right. Subtitle is Ancient Wisdom, Evolving Science, Modern Day Options.
Wow. So talk a little bit. I imagine there's a lot of research coming out in this whole topic that we're discussing. Can you highlight like a little bit of it?
Sure. The last 5 chapters are entitled on, back to diagnosing normal and normal brain function in our brain, and what it needs to function and what are the functions.
Mhm.
The last 5 chapters respond, and that's about neurotransmitters, how neurotransmitters are created and eliminated in the specific vitamins and minerals and other nutrients that are needed for that process.
Mhm.
The next chapter is fuel, and that's all about mitochondria and how important mitochondria are to provide the energy for brain cells so that those brain cells can function, so we don't have brain fog, so we don't feel low, so we feel energetic and have our zest. The next chapter is build, and that's about the structure of the brain, so the flexibility and all the fatty myelin to increase the speed. You need nice structure to have good communication in and
Right.
across the brain. And the last 2 are related to the immune system. It's about protect and balance. Protect is you want to have some immune activation in your body and your brain, not too much. There's nutrients related to that to kind of dampen over excessive immune function. And then the last one is balance. So there's so much information out there about serotonin and dopamine, and that's great, and they're important. What I've learned in school and learned in practice and have learned from some of the newer research is the importance of the balance between excitation and inhibition in the brain. And so there's the primary excitatory neurotransmitter is glutamate, and those receptors are AMPK and NMDA, and then gamma aminobutyric acid is the main inhibitory one. And the brain is kind of built like a house of cards. You kind of need that balance for even to focus. Our brains need enough GABA response to inhibit other thoughts, so we can stay having the excitatory signals on the one thought that we want. So you need both happening at the same time, and to give your brain the best shot at striking that balance. There's a lot of diet and lifestyle things you can do.
Exactly. So it goes back to what we're saying to our listeners is get a copy of this book. And I'm not, don't always promote books, but I feel so with my listeners, we talk so much about this, but you really pull a lot of it together.
Yeah. And it, again, try to give an analogy or two and make it digestible, and people hopefully walk away with, I can do this, I can try, I can get started.
Exactly. So it's the mental wellness diet. Is your website the best way our listeners can be in touch with you?
Yes, that's the best way. If any listener had a question or wanted more information, there's Justin at thementalwellnessdiet.com. So there's an email, and that's at the bottom of the webpage. And again, the webpage is thementalwellnessdiet.com.
Beautiful. And we'll have the link. Below our podcast here, and we're on YouTube. Okay. So then we'll get this out to our listeners. So are you active on social media at all?
No, not so much. It's a balance for me, still practicing and got a family, and trying to follow the principles of the book, which when I put them all on the table, some things are more, I'm practicing what I preach.
Yes. But I understand. I truly understand.
I just really like to write. So you can find on my website some longer form blogs. And I focus on that instead of Instagram and Facebook posting.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that we'll have our listeners check those blogs out. And I don't know about you, but I find that writing is relaxing. It's a quiet way you can pull things, your thoughts can, so it sounds like you're good at writing and you like it, and you got a lot of important information.
Yeah, there's some sort of pull for me. That's kind of part of my meaning and purpose, being the doctor teacher.
Yeah. That's awesome. Well, we are so grateful for all this really important information. The truth is, making these lifestyle changes can literally, and do, they transform people's lives. You know, we're talking about health, wellness, longevity, not succumbing to a chronic illness. I mean, we've talked about that, not you and I, but as clinicians, we've spoken about the incidence of chronic illness is skyrocketing. And a lot of it has to do with making these essential lifestyle changes.
Yeah, well, if you think about it, all chronic illness starts out undiagnosed. And what's that like for the person? You start out with a lot more questions than answers. And, the way us humans are built, we can blame ourselves or ignore or deny. It can be a long road to getting that diagnosis. And especially if healthcare is, the way we're describing it,
Right.
It's a big uphill battle. And so, the things that you put out, the books that I write, Chris Kresser, everybody, trying to empower people and help them feel a little more hopeful, if nothing else.
Exactly. I think that's what each of us is doing in our own way. And then collectively, then, we support one another. We let people know, like, wow, here, you've got this great book, and on your website, you've got those blogs. And there's a lot of good, important information out there. And then we can honor Chris Kresser. I know many people who don't know who he is. It's like, he's one of the functional medicine pioneers.
Yeah.
And they need to know who he is. And so we support one another. It's like we're on the same page. Each of us has our own little, like the sheets of music. Each has our own little tune, and but the core is the same. It's the same.
Yeah, that's kind of heartwarming to think about. Yeah, I think we're all kind of at it.
Yeah. It's awesome. So again, I know you're busy. Thank you so much for taking this time, Justin.
Yeah, thank you. This was fun.
Yeah, really, really appreciate it. So we'll get this posted on YouTube and then get this out to our listeners. And then I'll send you a link, and then you can do the same thing. And I am on social media. I am on Facebook. I am on LinkedIn. Those are my two primarily. And we do have others, but the main two are LinkedIn and Facebook. I'm really doing more on Facebook. So yeah, we'll get it out.
Okay. Thanks for your
time. All right. So Justin Bethany, nurse practitioner, and it's the mental wellness diet. All right. Thanks again.
You too.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of The Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on The Kim Jacobs Show. All right, everyone. Hello, and welcome to this episode of The Kim Jacobs Show. Okay, welcome, Dr. Stacy Lang. How are you today?
I am absolutely fabulous, Kim. So happy to be here.
We're so glad to have you here today. Listen, as everyone's grabbing their virtual seats today, I am actually going to be in the interviewee seat. So let me put Dr. Stacy Lang over here in the host seat today, and I'm going to be being interviewed by her. So I just want everybody today to glean hope and just have the most positive outcome in life for this life that we have. So I think it's better. I'm just gonna let you interview me, Dr. Stacy, and we'll go from there. Welcome.
What an honor it is and a privilege to be able to come on the Kim Jacobs Show and actually interview the Kim Jacobs. So I'm super excited to be talking with the Balanced Doctor today. So one of the topics we're really going to go into today is life after loss. So we're going to ask our audience, your listening audience, to put in any losses they have experienced, how they handled it, what happened with life after loss. Oftentimes, Kim, people experience loss, and when we say that, we think of death, but there are other losses like divorce, job, limbs. I've had people who have lost legs and arms and been to the military, PTSD, memory, and a lot of pain there. Can you relate to that?
Absolutely. Yes, I do agree. Well, I do agree that there are different types of losses. I definitely do not compare the loss of my child to the loss of a relationship or a loss of other aspects of my life, because it's very different from my perspective. But I do think that they're all different types of loss, and it causes us to grieve when we experience and encounter those types of losses in our lives. And I think it's really relative for the person and whatever it is that that person is going through at that phase of their lives. I can only speak personally whenever I talk about things. So my experiences are my experiences, and
Yeah.
other people's experiences are theirs, you know?
So when you said grieve, now a lot of people say they go through these stages of grief, right? And they cycle back and forth. But we don't talk about mourning. What do you understand grief to be?
For me, what grief is whenever I know that the thing that I've had is no longer going to be here in that form anymore, even though it's something that I've embraced, enjoyed, had as a beautiful moment in my life. And now it's like, it's no longer like that anymore. No matter how I want it to be, it's never going to be the same again in that capacity, in that form, is how I would define grief. Now, from a dictionary perspective, I looked that up, but that's just my own Kim Jacobs version. Is what it was, is no longer going to be.
That's a very good version. Now, some people, like you said, the ultimate loss is death for you. That's the ultimate loss. And for many of us, because we've all experienced some form of loss, and most likely, if you haven't experienced a close loved one, when you do, it's a different kind of experience. Would you agree?
Well, yeah, I do agree, but let me also put it in perspective, because whenever I'm saying my personal opinion, this is only Kim's view of what I feel about loss and grief. I really, when it comes to my loved one, especially if they are doing, yes, thank you, Mackenzie, for putting that up. So the views even expressed by me are not necessarily the views of the show, CTR Media Network, Believe in Your Dreams, Les Brown. This is me, Kim Jacobs, my views. So thank you, Mackenzie. You can take that down. Now, I will tell you that loss from my perspective, based on my spiritual belief, is not necessarily loss like in a societal perspective. So I look at it, Dr. Stacy Lang, like, yes, I'm losing on my end because I'm not going to be able to have the type of situation that I've had over the course of the years of my life, whether it be with my dad or my grandma, my great grandma, my son, different people that I've loved, my friends, some of my really great friends. I'm not going to see them in that capacity here on earth, but they're not really lost, L-O-S-T, because I know where they are. So I may be experiencing loss because of the pain and the agony and the hurt, but they're not lost. I know exactly where to find them. I find them when I'll reunite with them again in heaven. from my perspective. And then also I know how to tap into where they are, because I believe that they're amongst the cloud of witnesses that's cheering me on and celebrating me in my life in this journey called life. So that's my perspective on loss.
That's your spiritual view. So you believe that you can tap into when you have a physical loss. Can you speak to them in the clouds? Do you get signs that they're still with you or supporting you?
You know what? I am not you know what? It's so bizarre because I'm not this person that's a mystical theory, floating in the air. That's just not what I've ever thought I believed in, right? I just believe in the word of God. I believe in the Bible. I try to pattern and govern myself after that blueprint of that book for my life. And we all have books. I have like the purpose-driven life. I have all kinds of books that you can see behind me that I listen and I read and I get coaching tips from, that I apply many of the nuggets to my life. But yes, I do believe that I get some different signs. And I'll give you one example. My sister-in-law recently passed away, and she's really big about this red bird, right? That's all she talked about, this red bird. And she had kind of named the bird in her housing development. She named the bird Gabe, and Gabe is in honor of my son. So every day, Gabe, in her opinion, came to visit with her, eat the bread that she gave. So since she's transitioned home herself, she had cancer and she ended up succumbing to that and went on. She said she was totally healed anyway, by the way. So she's permanently healed. But in her transitioning, right before she did that, she gave me a plate. And there's like a plate set that I have in my china cabinet. It has red birds on it. Ever since that time, Dr. Lang, I have seen nothing but red birds. Like literally every day I see a red bird. And it's not like I just see it. It comes like almost right in front of the car, like I'm going to hit it, or it's on the porch. Or I'm like, where all these red birds come from? And so maybe it's just a heightened awareness. I don't know. But I believe it's a sign from God to me through my sister Ruth to say, hey, Gabe is watching and so am I. That's what I feel.
I think that's so important to acknowledge. Now, that is a part, when you're talking about that, of mourning. See, there's a difference between grief and mourning. Some people go through grief, but they grieve in strength, because you really don't know what to say. You don't know how to respond to people. I've had people say, don't come and tell me it'll get better. Don't tell me time makes it better. Don't tell me God had a plan. He took his angel. And then there's a bitterness that comes with grief, because we haven't given ourselves permission to mourn. Now, there's a difference in mourning and grief. Would you agree to that?
Absolutely. Mourning is the time that you're, in my opinion, taking to be able to think about, reminisce, spend that time to say, this is what's going to be missed with that particular person or that connection, that loved one. And even celebratory mourning in some regards. It's not just all, oh my gosh, but thinking about all kinds of things, whether it's like the funniest moment that you've had with a loved one, or the last few moments that God may have given you with that person. And I'll give you a really silly example, really silly. But my dad, I believe it was a gift from God that he allowed me to be able to be there when he was transitioning from this earth, literally the last few breaths, when my mom and dad were divorced. So many of the years I was not around him in that regard. So I felt like that was a precious gift from God to me specifically, because I always wondered how he felt about me as his daughter. You know, I thought I knew, but I really wasn't 100% sure. And the last few breaths that he said very audibly, he said, Kim, come here, come here, come here, come here. And he would just whisper, Kim, come here, come here, come here. And one lady was in there. We were just having a conversation, and she was talking about how she makes this hair and it's already pre-braided. And I was like, girl, you got a pre-braided wig and it can look like that? I thought that thing was slamming. You don't understand, Dr.
Yeah.
Even though it's a silly example I'm getting ready to give. The point is, he was like, yeah. He's on his last few breaths. And he's like, and I was like, yes, sir. Don't buy no hair. I was like, what? You don't have time to be thinking about this right now. You need to be thinking about what your future, you're transitioning home. But even though that's a silly, funny moment, it was one that will stick with me that I can always go back and reminisce on. And then there was a real serious one where he also said to me, "Come here." And he said, "I want you to know you'll always be my daughter.
Wow.
You'll always be my daughter." And coming from a divorced home and not having that 100% reassurance, I needed that. And that was a gift from God to me. So,
Now that is a form of loss, LOSS.
right.
And that loss, when you said coming from the broken home and remembering, I'm still your daughter, because people will lose a parent and then they think I'm a motherless child, or I'm a motherless adult.
Right.
I used to have a brother or sister, or how many kids do you have? And then they have to say, do I count this one or not? Have you experienced that? Well, I have 4, but because they don't want to say I have 5, but I lost one, because that's a conversation that sometimes they fear people aren't ready for.
Yeah, that's a good question. Is it a question you're asking me, or?
Yes, because sometimes people can't acknowledge the loss for fear of the conversation that comes after the acknowledgement.
I'm glad you're saying that, Dr. Lang, because I have 5 children, and yes, I do get that sometimes where people will say, "Oh, so I see you have 4 children," and I don't have to go through a whole dissertation about it or anything, but I do say, no, I'm a mother of 5. It's just one of my children lives in heaven, and I'll just quickly address it and I move on, because Gabriel is a part of my life forever. So it's not like because he's no longer here on this earth that he's not still one of my children. So in every aspect, I include him in every aspect of my life. When I'm talking about my other 4 children, which are my very important 4 children, I talk about them, and I talk about my very important 5th child too, that's permanently my child. He's still my son. And yes, I do include him, and I don't justify it or anything. I just say, when I sign birthday cards, I sign it with all of my children's names on it, and I just said Gabe dash from heaven. I don't discard him or exclude him as if he's not a part of our lives. And some people get, like, well, that's kind of bizarre, but it's not for me to have to worry about what other people think one way or the other. He's a part of my life forever.
Now, that is what you call a great way of mourning. Also, mourning is celebration, recognition. It is being able to express in the loss, because some people don't, they're not able to express. I've worked with people that literally are in the grocery store and all of a sudden they're just crying and they don't know why they're crying. Tears are just running down their face. And it's because the mourning will come, excuse me.
On the Kim Jacobs show, you can drink some water and tea and everything.
Water here. Okay.
Even though I'm actually being the interviewee today, you feel free to hydrate. It's okay. It's how we balance our lives,
Perfect balance is phenomenal. Mourning is a part of that balance.
Yeah.
So being able to let it come to the surface when it surfaces. When I had a loss, when I cared for my mom for 9 months, when she transitioned, that's an anchor. So acknowledging that you lost an anchor in your life.
Yes.
But on the flip side, to lose a child, in our society, we believe a parent never wants to bury a child.
No.
That is the ultimate in our culture of grief and loss, is to have to bury a child. However, in this process, how do you care for you to become a different person? Because life is different now. You got to do something different, because with every loss, you morph into someone else.
Yeah, I think as a mom that has had a child that walked around on this earth For 12 years, he was the bill of health, 5'10". I'll just show you a couple of pictures. This is him. He's taller than I am. He was 5'10", wearing a size 13 grown man's shoe. He's like the bill of health. This is a week before he transitioned to be with the Lord right here. And you could not tell Gabe that he was not going to be an NFL football player. He played in the National Football Playoffs and love the Lord. Every time he got a chance to take a picture or something, his hands was raised to God. He was saying prayers. They called him Deacon Gabe in church and Diesel on the football field. I never knew that, and this is an example right here, actually, of how we may continue to go on in our lives, but we always infuse Gabe somewhere in there. Right. If you see a picture of me or see a picture of the family in some regard, Gabe is always going to be featured in there. So thank you, Mackenzie, for popping those up. But let me just talk about this.
Yes.
No parent that I know, I can't speak about any other parents. I can speak about me. My child never stayed at people's houses, friends, and he's grandma or somebody, but I always was like, not like just trying to be so super protective, but just, you have siblings, play here, just go and have your friends come over. I'll make some extra food or whatever. But I never ever envisioned in my mind that there was even a possibility that he could not be on this earth. So nobody has the thought, unless you have a child that is living maybe with some kind of terminal illness, and you're being told that this is going to happen by this day and this time. No parent is expecting that their child is not going to outlive them. Every parent thinks that the child is going to be here way beyond me. So when a situation happens where your child is there that day and that night he's no longer going to be.
Tell us about that situation. How did you find out? How did it happen?
Okay. I want to make sure I'm trying to stay focused during this hour, but not take it too far south or too far. On April 9th, I have to go back to April 8th because that is such an important part of my story anyway. Wednesday night, April 8th, was a Bible study at our church. And one of the topics that we talked about that night was suicide. And I stood up and I said, no matter what anybody tells you, if I ever said that I committed suicide, they lied, investigated, it's not the truth. I would not do that. And I still today would not do that. So it's not like it's changed or anything in that regard. Mm-hmm. But the next day, April 9th, when Gabriel, he told us, hey, we have this new basketball hoop in our backyard. We had been to the National Football Playoffs in Florida, and he had played, they ranked number 4 with the Northeast Dolphins, which was a community league. Coach Osai Kenny was actually the person that was coaching it. They did a phenomenal job. We went on a family vacation, and we just had a great run of really at this point, which I realize now was like our last family hoorah, Wow. But I didn't know that at the time. We had taken an extra week and went on an extra special vacation in Pennsylvania at a resort. Gabe had the butler service, so he was eating all these cookies. And I was like, what in the world? You cannot keep the butlers coming at that level or whatever. But come April 9th, him and his dad and his brothers played a game of basketball. And at home, in a new basketball hoop that we had just had installed. And so I took my daughter, Jayla, and went over to the nursing home with my grandma, 96 years old. We went to go visit her. So we would kind of be out of the way so the boys could have their own game of basketball. Go on to say that they start playing this game of basketball. And my son calls me and he's like, Mom, he said, Gabe's not breathing. And I was like, that's not even something I can even process. What do you mean he's not breathing? So of course I get in the car, I run through every light. So sometimes, let me say this too, you may see people that are speeding through lights and stuff. I always give grace and mercy in those situations because I don't know what they're rushing to. Because I literally hopped the medians. I ran between cars and did everything I could to get to where Gabe was. When I arrived home, he was being worked on by not just the paramedics at that time, but by my neighbors, some of which were physicians, and their spouses came running over, doing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, doing everything they could to try to help, like as if Gabe was their own child. So in the midst of all of that, the ambulance paramedics came. We jumped in the car. I turned around. I said, listen, do not stop working under any circumstances. These people worked, I'm saying they were like drenched with sweat. So every EMS driver, paramedic, I salute you, because I can see and feel that these people are giving it their all. These people gave it their all, their whole existence, their being. They gave it to my son. They were pumping and trying and doing everything they could. But what Frank said was that Gabe looked up as if somebody called his name, and he just laid down. He just laid down. I never, Dr. Lang, when I went into that hospital room that night, first of all, the minute I arrived, I told the doctor, I need to talk to you urgently before you do anything. My son, they said, is having some kind of heart issue. Take my heart. Perform open heart surgery on me. Take my heart and give it to my son. Do not let my child die. Don't let my child die tonight. Whenever there's a beating heart here, and he can survive and have a full life. So I volunteered to be an organ donor for my child because I wanted to let him live. And I knew that meant that I would have to die.
Yes.
And that's okay. But they wouldn't allow that to happen. I was like, well, I don't get why you won't let it happen whenever we allow people to be organ donors. But I guess it's after they've already passed. I don't know. It probably sounded crazy to them. But to me, it sounded very real.
Right.
They did not take that as an option. They continued to work. And ultimately, the reason I told you about April 8th is because that night when he transitioned on April 9th, 2015, I realized why people would lose hope, why people would feel like all hope was gone. And so even though I still won't commit suicide, I do have so much compassion for people that think that they have no hope, nothing. And with me, I prayed and I asked God and I begged and I pleaded. I thought of every scripture that I could think of. I had everybody clear the room. I was laying on them. I was asking God and doing everything that I knew. I had witnessed so many miracles, Dr. Lang. So it's like, I know it. I didn't even have any doubt. I knew, listen, you're going to come up out of this. You may be having some paralyzation. I don't know what you're going to have, brain, something, whatever, but you're coming up out of this hospital. I never thought that night I would leave the hospital and my son would spend his first night away from home in that morgue and going to heaven. I never thought that.
Wow.
So what happened is he had sudden cardiac arrest and he had a heart defect where he collapsed and
you had no idea he had it. You had
no idea whatsoever that he had this heart defect. I tell everybody now that the way to get it corrected is surgically able to be corrected. And the way that it can be corrected is by getting an ultrasound of your heart to determine what the defect is. Then you know you have it. Then they can perform some type of surgical procedure. And yes, you'll have some possible altercations in your, some outcomes where you can't do certain things, but you still will live.
Right.
And in Gabe's case, we didn't get that opportunity because the first sign was that he collapsed, had sudden cardiac arrest, and passed away.
Wow. Now let me tell you, in sports, because working with you on your foundation, because you created Life After Loss, and what a tremendous thing. Let me say, I still feel Gabe's heart when you say the beat, Kim. I mean, your story literally transformed my entire vision of look at all of our youth in sports and how many have done cardiac instant and they died on a court or they died on a field. 1 in 3, it's happening now, that they're showing, and statistics are very high, even though it's not the norm. But if there's a way to inform parents, wouldn't you want to make that way for them?
Absolutely. And maybe that's why God allows different things to happen through different people, because I've shared this message with people quite a bit. And as a result of it, some parents have officially had their children get an ultrasound through their cardiologist. Then it's not an easy thing where you just go in and say, hey, I want to get an ultrasound of my child's heart. It has to be a reason why you're concerned that your child may have this heart defect and get referred by your primary care physician. The lady that reached out to me and told me that she took advantage of what I shared, she used Gabe as an example, and she was able to get her child checked. And guess what? She said her child did have a heart defect and it was surgically corrected, and she is still here today as a result of that. So because these mobile defibrillators are not everywhere, they're not in every home or in every school. It's not something you can just immediately go to and get. You have to wait for the paramedics to arrive, and that 12, 13 minutes or whatever could be a huge determination of whether your child or your loved one, even if it's an adult that's collapsing, lives, or whether they transitions from this earth.
I see we have a lot of comments of people sharing about.
Let's go to some of them. Okay, Mackenzie, you can pop some of the comments up, please.
And we want you all to share some of your losses and how you dealt with grief and mourning, because mourning is different. So when we say life after loss, what happened next? Did you go into depression? Did you isolate? Did you think about suicide? Did you lose hope? What happened next for you, Kim?
Okay. Let's take a couple of these comments first, and then we're going to go to a commercial break. I'm kind of still hosting on the side over here. I guess hosting is in my blood. Then we'll come back and we will answer that question. But let's see. You want to read the comments as the host today, or do I need to put my glasses on?
Talking about this, I lost my nephew's son 16 years ago today, and it's still real, Tawana. I know it's still real. And how do you celebrate your nephew's son? We want to know about that.
Yes, Tawanda.
Celebrate, because in this process, something has to happen. Being a person, like I'm an international grant writer, I raise funds. So when there is loss, I believe in foundations and memorials and setting up awareness of what happened, because sometimes sudden cardiac death, is there a way that we can inform people? What a wonderful thing to do. How do you honor the memory? How do you honor the memory and carry on? She was able, for someone hearing her story, it saved their child. And we got to say it saved them because they went through the procedure. They used this information to help their child. That alone, that one person, we know not what they will do as they grow and they become older in life, what their contribution to the world will be. But Gabe lives on in Gabe's Heart Foundation. And we got something great coming up. So I want to talk about that. I want to talk about how we can support Gabe's Heart Foundation. But then right after your commercial break, we'll talk about what happened, life after loss for you, Kim.
All right. So we'll be right back after this commercial break, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lang, for hosting today.
It's not just another day. It's a brand new day, full of all the fun, love, and laughter you and your family create. Silver Shield Security understands feeling at home means feeling safe and happy. No credit checks, no contracts. We offer payment arrangements, and we'll even give you a free door camera. Find out how we can brighten your day even more at silvershield-security.com. Silver Shield Security.
All right, Dr. Lang, thank you for that question right before we went to commercial break. the way that I chose to handle life after loss was, first of all, again, recognizing that my son is somewhere that is where I can personally connect with him again. That was one way that I did it. Also, because that had to be that was the only way I could mentally even think about continuing on. And I had to make a conscious decision that I have people here still on this earth that need me. They need me to be their advocates. They need me to be their cheerleader, and they need me to be present, be here now for them. And so those are my 4 remaining children that are still here physically with me. And so I've shifted a lot of my focus to find out how I could be what they need me to be as mom in this situation. We all grieve differently.
Yes.
And we all mourn differently. And so when going to like the grave site, for example, sometimes there are times when 1 or 2 may not want to get out of the car. And instead of me forcing my type of grief or my type of way of celebrating, I actually do it by being considerate of them to say, what do you want to do in this situation? And if they say, well, I'm not interested in getting out of the car, and they may be in the car just crying or whatever, I honor that. We have days where we will celebrate. We do a birthday celebration for Gabriel on his birthday every year. We get a cake and we get together, we do dinner, and we celebrate him and his life and the time that he spent on this earth. And that's something that we do automatically. Trying to think, we also, I believe it or not, I brought this
I love that you said you don't force your grieving on the rest of the family, because we all grieve differently and we all mourn differently. And to be able to respect the other person's process is incredible and definitely necessary. Now, what's that you have there?
You know what? I'm being totally transparent here, because there are sometimes when in the course of my grieving process that I have been in a room of people and I felt just like I was by myself, it's like, and then there are times when I met with my family early on in the very beginning, and I said, listen, if I die from a broken heart, because I didn't even know that was a real thing, but I felt this pain in my heart and it was broken and I could feel the break in my heart. And I was like, Lord, I feel like if I die, I need the family to know that I didn't just die from something physical. I died because my heart itself was broken. And I needed them to know that. So I told my family that. But then I just was going to say, there are some things like clothing and different things that I have that maybe just a bag of stuff that I had when Gabe originally transitioned. And it still has his smell. It still has his smell in it. And so I don't do it that often, but my mom recently, she was doing some cleaning and stuff, and I saw some stuff. I was like, wait. Well, you are wash that? Don't wash that. That right there is mine. And it's just some things that I have that are memorabilia, like maybe some sneakers that his brother will wear, or a ring his sister wears that was his. His brother carries his student ID and his portfolio bill. It's just different things and ways that we just kind of keep him with us in our own way,
Yes. So you did something else. You went another step. Tell us about Gabe's Heart Foundation.
And if I'm allowed, before I start about Gabe's Heart Foundation, I do want to acknowledge that I have witnessed people experience loss in their lives, and I've been able to witness how they have dealt with it. On the Kim Jacobs show, I have people that are what I call vision experts, and they have no sight. They are completely blind, but they are on the show, the vision experts. And Camille Richardson is a great example of someone who was born blind, but she's this woman that's full of vision and insight. And I have Phil Walters. He has Phil Walters music. He plays instruments and sings.
Yes, I love Phil.
And he actually has been blind for about 16 years, but he's one of our vision experts. And the other one that I want to say about is Kiwan Amy. He was going to church. He did photography. He was in the military. and he stopped along the road and took a photo of a lake, and he was riding his motorcycle when he did that. Now that's the cover of a book that he wrote called Why Not Me? Because that day he went on his motorcycle, got in an accident that took his sight.
Wow.
So when we say people have experienced loss, there is all types of loss. He was never anticipating his sight being lost, but it is a loss in his life that he cannot go back and change. So he has to live on those memories. And he's done a great job of overcoming. I have Janet Butts is somebody I must mention. She is the Free Indeed Project, where she helps women who've been incarcerated transition back to the world. Well, she had one of the activities of her limbs in a car accident. Her arm was severed. This is like real examples of loss. Dr. Marcia Alston is someone else who dresses. When I say she's a fabulous dresser, and she's also a certified therapist, family therapist. Well, her leg was amputated.
Wow.
She still drives. She goes everywhere and does everything in a flawless manner. And it's just an example of someone having some things happen to them, but not letting that be the determining outcome of their destiny. And so I just wanted to share a few examples.
And it alters, like you said, it's going to bring forth, because everybody cannot overcome. Everybody cannot, as I say, reinvent themselves.
Right.
Because you become someone else when you have a loss. You have to readjust. You have to reinvent. And that's why I go to Gabe's heart, because that's a way of mourning, but it's a celebratory mourning. It is a way of sharing, and it is a way of enlightening the world. So tell us how you came up with Gabe's Heart Foundation.
So Gabe's Heart, because Gabe, he was considered guardian Gabe at his school. I didn't even realize that until he was passing, that all of these young petite little girls and stuff, young girls were like, you don't know what your son did for me. He was my guardian angel. He helped mediate between those that were bullying us, and they were like some bigger people. And he would come and say, hey, why would you do this to this person? And he helped merge these relationships. He would feed the homeless. He would give to people that he knew had, but they were rich, but he still just wanted them to feel special too. So Gabe had no respecter of person. And what I found out is that from the coroner, that he technically was not supposed to live beyond the womb based on the heart defect that he had. Really, he was named after two angels, Gabriel, Michael, and he walked on this earth. Anybody that ever encountered Gabe knows that I'm not making this up. One young man signed on his guest book that he could not hear, and he was transitioning to his middle school, to Gabe and the new middle school. And he was having a hard time because nobody would communicate with him because they knew he couldn't hear them. Gabe self-taught himself sign language so that he could communicate and welcome this child into his school. And so there are so many stories of Gabriel going to the extreme. If he played football, he would stop the game. First of all, they would check his birth certificate all the time because he was a giant. They were like, this joker, right? That big beast boy is not 12 years old.
12 years old.
So he had to sit out half the quarter just because they wanted to verify his identity. But he would stop the game if somebody got hurt from him pushing 5 or 6 people down the field, like blindside, like Michael Orr type of thing. He would stop the game and make sure. And the coach would be like, leave out, come on, Gabe. We don't have time for this. And Gabe like, hold on, you got to stop and help the kid up. Gabe's heart was his heart is going to beat forever. So we started Gabe's Heart just so that we could keep his heart just keep beating. That was my way of saying, how do I keep this loving legacy? Who everybody that wrote a card said, hi, I'm Kim. Hi, I'm Stacy. Hi, I'm Mackenzie. And I'm Gabe's best friend. I have hundreds of cards where they are all saying, I'm Gabe's best friend. So we started Gabe's Heart Foundation in honor of him, to be able to spread awareness of sudden cardiac arrest and heart defects, and more importantly, to keep his heart beating through doing random acts of kindness called Doing It Gabe's Way. We get a chance, Dr. Lang, to go into the community and actually around the world, because people are spreading this nationally, to serve people with a card. And we say, you've just been served with a Doing It Gabe's Way random act of kindness. And we give them gas.
What is that? Go in the grocery store and
everything, uniforms. We help with medication and with medical expenses. And some people that have had heart procedures, we give funds towards it. It's every single week.
And you're not doing this off of grant money. This is donation and out of pocket.
All donations.
Can you please put how we can help you today? Because we all want to contribute to Gabe's Heart Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, Kim is a really true servant, and this is what you call the give back. So whether it's $1 or $100, click that PayPal, click the Giveify, whatever it is, go to Cash App Gabe's Heart and contribute to what's coming up next, because we have something exciting. Kim, can we talk about the upcoming event we have for Gabe's Heart? And it is fabulous. I want
absolutely
commercial right now, but I want to run a clip on what's happened, because this is the 7th year of celebration.
All right. So you say before the commercial, I will put that clip up and let you see there is what we call Gabe's Heart Foundation annual 5K walk. I'm going to put Gabe's, this is what is Gabe's background, because it's always keeping his heart beating. And every year on the 4th Saturday in September, we do an annual 5K walk. And the 7th annual one is coming up on September 24th. And let me just show you just a clip of one of our previous. Hey, Gabe's Heart Foundation first 5K walk.
Yes.
So excited. Very grateful to God.
Yes, we're excited to be here to support. Absolutely.
This is Lady Lawana Grant, and one of my great friends, and I'm really grateful for her and her family and friends to be here to support this event.
We're here to support the Gabe's Heart Foundation. We're volunteers, and we're enjoying ourselves.
You guys gonna win the race today?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we're ready.
She's ready to take off now.
We're ready. So we're going to be out here walking, running, praising God, having fun with all the people that are out here. And if you're not here, you should be here. Gabe's Heart Foundation. We love you, baby.
Balloon, please hold on to it as you will be releasing after the families. So I'll wait for you to go and grab your balloon, please. Head to the right, grab a balloon.
To do it Gabe's way. And that is with a huge heart of love. Love for God, love for people, and love for life.
We want to take a moment to recognize the families who are here, who share in the loss of the Jacobs family. Their families are here this morning. And as I read their names, we just want to take a moment to recognize them with a moment of silence. Jeremy Jamal Grant. Julia Janae Banks. Hannah Sky Lewis. And Gabriel Michael Jacobs.
We do that each year where we release balloons in honor of other children that have also transitioned to be with the
Now,
Lord
everyone,
and their
please
families.
join me in a collective show of support for each of these children and their families by releasing your balloons. Thank you.
2, 1.
I'm so tired.
Keep it up.
We do have space for strollers as well. We keep a lane open for it.
How does it feel to be out here today on the day you're celebrating your son's life and what he was about? It's very exciting. I mean, it's just a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day for our family. It's a beautiful day for everybody who's here to support and also for their loved ones that have gone on. It's a beautiful day. And to really help people focus on anti-bullying and also feeding people who are hungry. It's two great worthy causes that Gabe was very motivated about. And so it's just exciting to see how this thing all came together. For the first one, this is just wonderful. And we'll just continue to try to make sure we raise the awareness on anti-bullying. And we also raise the awareness on feeding hunger. All right. Appreciate you, sir. God bless you.
Gabriel, this is all for you. I ran 3.2 miles. I'm about to walk the rest, and I just want to give honor to you, and I miss you, and it was a great occasion.
I'm just so happy to be out here and to see so many people respond in this way, to pay homage and remember Gabe and all the other families and children who are part of our memory this morning. We couldn't have better weather. We couldn't have a better turnout. It's good to see everyone's smiling faces. And on behalf of WCNC, we thank you for allowing us to be a part of this as well.
All right, everyone. So that gives you, it's a lot more. It's a whole video. So
incredible. Now, Kim, I just got to say, what is Charlene saying? Try to find something different other than balloon release.
Okay,
I understand. Okay, Charlene.
Charlene, that is a great comment. Thank you, because I didn't even know that. So please, and I love wildlife, and I love everybody. I love every being. So what we'll do is try to come up with something a little more creative. And so thank you for that comment. That's very important.
You can even send some ideas. We always welcome new ideas, new volunteers, and new information. Absolutely love this testimony and legacy. Thank you, proud of you, Mama. God is so good. Yes, God is good. Let me tell you, I got to ask you, Kim, because it's a lot putting together a 5K. I mean, you have T-shirts, you have something other than balloons, possibly, and other ways to acknowledge the families, not just our family and our immediate families, but all the families that are able to come out and we can recognize. We want to be able to continue, and this year being the 7th annual 5K Gabe Hart run, or walk.
Some people run. We actually, let me address that. We have some people that come and they are serious. They're getting their times for some of the larger marathons. So we leave some specific lanes open for them. So on Saturday, September 24th, we'll put the details. I'll put the address and everything here for you at the Northwest Cabarrus Middle School in Concord, North Carolina. That's where we're going to have the physical walk. But if you are wanting to walk and you want to register and be a part of it virtually, let us know that too. And we'll get you a link so you can still register, and we'll make sure you can get a link and participate from wherever you are, or you can send in video clips and hashtag Gabe's Heart Foundation, or any ways for you to feel like you still participated virtually some kind of way. People have sent videos, they've sent photos and hashtag the 5K walk and everything, and they still participate.
Anywhere in the world, they can participate.
Anywhere in the world, yes, virtually.
Yes. And so you see the opportunity for you to support and give to Gabe's Heart Foundation, and especially for this upcoming event. Now, I told Kim, look, Kim, a lot of people love you and a lot of people you've helped. So we got to be able to allow them to help you in this process, because that's how we win. collaboration, being able to share with others. Thank you, Stacy people.
Huge bubbles. Oh, I love it.
Yes, the bubbles are phenomenal, especially you can pull them around.
That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do bubbles. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. You can have balloons, just don't let them loose. Can be reworked as how far is away. Okay. Thank you. I love all of the ideas. Let me put this up too, Stacy. I love the cause. Awesome. Here's where people can go to Gabe's Heart Foundation.org, and I'll put that large for you to see right on the home page, Gabe's Heart Foundation.org. You can go ahead and click if you just want to donate. There's a donate now button there, or you want to register, you can click on the register here, and what it will do is it will take you to where you will officially register for the 5K walk, and $20 for the t-shirt, and for youth t-shirts is $15. And if you are looking to sponsor this year's event as well, then you would just go right where it says to our phenomenal 2022 sponsors, download the package here, and there is a sponsor package with different options that are available for the sponsors.
Awesome, totally awesome. So in life after loss, what was your biggest win here, Kim? What was the biggest thing that helped you keep going?
The biggest thing that helped me keep going is the fact that I have God on my side, and I know that He is going to continue to guide me to be everything that He created me to be, to represent Gabe. So Gabe will never die in that regard. He will always be alive in the minds and hearts of everyone, because we're going to always be doing it Gabe's way. And another big thing for me is knowing that my children needed me here on this earth. And what a beautiful thing. I have now a son at UNC Chapel Hill in his senior year, a son in his junior year at UNC Charlotte, a son that is 17 and homeschooled and a lifeguard and on his acting mission, and a daughter that's still here that's at her charter school, and she's made the volleyball team, and she's also
writing journals and books.
Right, yeah, she's in magazines and working at Chick-fil-A at 14. So these children, they needed me to be here to advocate for them. 3 of my children have cystic fibrosis, and they fight that battle every day. And 2 of them didn't even find out until Gabe passed away. So it was because of Gabe's death that 2 of my children ended up finding out that they even had CF. So
now, I gotta say, we acknowledging all the people, but Kim, what are we doing for you? Are you taking care of Kim?
The things that I do for me is I give myself grace and mercy to know that God knew me before He even formed me in my mother's womb. He knew Gabe. He knew all of my children. He knew what we would experience on this journey called life. And so I get rest. My mom, oh my gosh, I have to mention my mom. She uprooted her whole life. And I never would have thought I was going to even be around my mom as an adult. You know, once you grow up and go to college and go on in life, you think that's pretty much, I'll see you on once a month or whatever. My mom uprooted her life to come and be a part of my life, to help me and my family on this journey. And so I could not ask for a better mother on this in this process that we've had to experience. But I go to the movies, I get my nails done, get my hair done. I read. I'm a heavy avid reader, so I'm forever listening to books and listening to motivational things. And then by doing the show, the Kim Jacobs Show, every day, I did that kind of intentionally because it keeps me thinking about something else sometimes too.
Yeah, self-care is so important when you're going through grief and loss and transformation. Self-care. We got to pause just for ourselves, and leading with God, our source, our provider, knowing where we come from, going back to the foundation. Kim, we applaud you. And we want to thank you for being willing, ready, and able to carry on, because we know you didn't have to. You didn't have to. You made a conscious choice to live out loud and to live beyond the loss.
Wow.
Can we agree?
I first of all, I'm grateful that I encountered you. And I do want people to know, even though I know you're interviewing today, I do want people to know that Dr. Stacy Lang is the person that's behind the mission of making sure that we do get some funding for Gabe's Heart Foundation. And she's not just committed to Gabe's Heart's cause, but also to your cause. So if you have a nonprofit organization, I'm now back at host mode. If you have a nonprofit organization or a for-profit organization, and you like to talk with her one-on-one and find out what can happen for your organization, there's no competition in this thing called life, in my opinion. I would never keep something or someone a secret that could be a blessing in your life. Go to Dr. Lang at smartpeoplenetwork.com. Dr. Lang at smartpeoplenetwork.com. Don't miss that opportunity to have your organization's mission literally thrive financially as well.
I give the mic back to you. And again, thank all of your listening audience. Do not miss the opportunity to contribute to Gabe's Heart. Let that be the seed that you sow today. No matter where you are, it comes back pressed down, shaken together, immeasurable, 100-fold. So make sure that you contribute to Gabe's Heart's mission and become aware and share this mission today. Thank you so much, Kim, for allowing me to interview you and being here today on the Kim Jacobs Show.
You did a phenomenal job interviewing me today. I am usually, I have a hard time relinquishing the mic in this regard, but I'm honored, and I think you did a very gracious and grateful job. I do want to say that this is not something, my life that I have is not something that I want to get over or get past. This is just something that I live with, and I'm going to take every aspect and every opportunity to continue to let Gabe's heart continue to beat. I do want to take a quick commercial break, and then we're about to end anyway, but I do want to go back to a few more of the studio audience comments before we formally end. If you know that you are giving to Gabe's Heart Foundation today, definitely put hashtag Gabe's Heart Foundation. Say, I gave, I'm giving, I'm all in, I'm coming to the walk, I'm spreading the word. Say something in the comment sections. We're going to come back and see some of those comments right after this commercial break. We'll be right back. Mackenzie, like, what? How are we going to a break whenever it's about time to end? Go to Attorney Everidge's commercial. Mackenzie, I got to get my sponsor in there. So go ahead and go to that commercial. She can't go to it because I'm on a whole different brand and it's throwing her off back there. Hold on. Let me go. And there we go, Mackenzie. I'm sorry. You're like, this is not part of my training. Okay. We'll be right back, everybody.
When someone has lost a loved one, they want to know what exactly happened. They want to know, is the other person going to be held responsible? And they want closure. At Hunter and Everidge, we help clients that have lost a loved one move on, and to do that with dignity and respect that they deserve.
All right, and we are back, and I do want to pop some of these comments up of some of the people that are giving as well, and let's just give a thank you to some of them. Let's see. Amen. God is your source and strength. God is my only main source and strength, and He definitely gives me people that are around me that undergird and lift me up. Yes. Great questions. She is so much to so many. Oh, thank you, Nikki Cole. And she wrote an outstanding book as well. Check her book out, Supermom. Nikki, I will say this as far as a supermom, when people ask me, how do I balance it all and things? I don't balance everything by myself. I have people that help me and that really do believe in what I'm dealing with. And they go to extremes to help me. and I appreciate that. Okay, any other comments? All right. Let's see a few more. Any others? All right, I see Fabulous, my sister and neighbor. Thank you so much for sharing so freely. Thank you, Pamela. I had a promise of a child. I had to keep going. I found out I was pregnant by God, saying to me, a son for a son. So I'm pouring into my son daily. Grateful that I had my nephew for the time that I had him. And I'm praying that all of your dreams become a reality, Tawanda, whatever God's promise is to you. I admire your strength. God bless you, Lily said. God bless you. And I think that's coming from Cassandra, who's one of our show team members as well. And she's also the pastor's wife at Servant Church. And they're kicking off their church in the Charlotte, North Carolina area very soon. So you definitely want to visit Servant Church. And if you look up hashtag Servant Church, you'll learn more about them. Oh, hey, I see you said, hey, Servant Church is giving to Gabe's heart. And Servant Church, the pastors, Pastor Selwyn Davis and Lady Cassandra Davis. So please make sure they do have a servant's heart, and they have been a part of Gabe's Heart Foundation from the foundation. Every year they have been there with their family, and they have a special needs child as well. And it doesn't matter. They wrap him and bundle him up, and they bring him on out to the walk at 8:00 a.m. They help with all of the preparation for everything that happens with Gabe's Heart. They do our flyers and make sure that we have our marketing materials ready. So thank you, Pastor Selwyn and Lady Cassandra Davis. You make a difference. And Sean Hall, I want to make sure I thank her. She's on our board of directors and has always been very supportive of Gabe's Heart. And I can't thank these people enough. The same with Dr. Roberta Jones, who has helped us with our 501c3. And let me be clear that the 501c3, the IRS, what they did was Secretary of State. Anyway, the point is what they did was they made it retroactive to the date that Gabe passed away.
Wow.
And that is unheard of.
Favor.
God's favor. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. T-shirt ready? Okay, you ready? You ready for that t-shirt? Okay. And the t-shirt, whenever you do download the sponsorship package, if you want your logo put on the back of the t-shirt, that's what process we're in right now. So go ahead and urgently download that sponsor package, determine which one you're going to be at, and we'll make sure that you're featured on the t-shirt and the banner.
I was just going to say, put the site back up. So thank you for that.
Okay. And let's see, with you always, even if it's virtually. Thank you, Julia. Julia is a mighty woman of God. And she also experienced loss with her child as well. So I'm so honored to have you on today. And again, I know you share my philosophy that they're not lost, L-O-S-T, just we may have experienced some loss. Okay. And for everybody that's experienced other kinds of loss, like I had jobs, you've retired, you may be going through a divorce, or you are divorced or abused, homeless. It's a lot of different types of loss that people experience. I want you to know that that does not define the outcome of your life. God has a purpose for you. He has a plan for your life, and he knows the outcome, and the plans for your life are good. They're not evil. So even though it looks like a bad situation now, at the end of the day, God has something in store for you that you know not of. So sit tight and still keep moving in a positive way, and have the love of God on the inside of our hearts towards everybody, no matter what they've done. And I've had lots of betrayal in my life, and I rebuke it. It doesn't mean I hang out with the people anymore, but I do still have love for each of those individuals, because I love people with the love of Christ. And I ask God to forgive the situation and to let us all go on in our lives to have the best possible outcome for our lives. Okay.
And we know that it doesn't always happen to us. Sometimes it happens through us.
Right.
For us to be able to keep going on, and being an example for who knows who right now is being impacted by this opportunity. I know Kim will give us another opportunity, because some people are grieving and mourning right now, and we want to be able to support you in that. Some people right now are thinking, wow, can I start a foundation? How can I help? How can I be a part of this? This is the first step. click one of the links, be a contributor to Gabe's Heart, and let's talk about how we can get your legacy in place as well.
Absolutely.
Can we come back and have another talk about those who are grieving and mourning and want to understand what life after loss, LOSS, is really about?
Absolutely. All right. So I think we've done as much as we can on today's episode. Instead of just a traditional closeout, Mackenzie, I'm going to go back one more time and I'm going to close out this way. And that way people will be able to see a little bit more about Gabe as we come to a close. So you don't have to click any of the buttons, Mackenzie, backstage. Thank you for being backstage. Thank you, Dr. Lang, for letting God use you today and to be able to offer your gift to the world. Please tell people how they can stay connected with you one more time.
Please just send an email over to Dr. Lang, DRLANG, at smartpeoplenetwork.com. Dr. Lang at smartpeoplenetwork.com. It actually goes directly to me, so I'll be able to communicate and correspond with you directly.
Okay, and then if people want to donate to Gabe's Heart Foundation, let them know how they can do that as well.
Absolutely. You must go to gabesheartfoundation.org. Get the sponsorship package. Get your brand on the back of the t-shirts. I mean, it's international. The Kim Jacobs Show is everywhere, and you want your brand there too to show your support and love. Then also go to Cash App, Gabe's Heart. You got to do it. You don't have Cash App? PayPal is available, and Giveify. We are here for you, and we want you to be a part of this legacy that we're building, because one day it'll be your legacy here, and we want to be able to support you as well. So show some love for Gabe's Heart. We're looking forward to seeing you and acknowledging you as one of our sponsors and contributors to Gabe's Heart Foundation. Thank you so much in advance.
Thank you. And when she mentioned the Kim Jacobs Show, one of the sponsorship package options is for you to come on and do a segment on the Kim Jacobs Show, and it streams in multiple, like in millions of households on different platforms. So
about how many million, Kim? Tell them to reach.
Okay, well, it's different on each platform. If it's on Les Brown's Facebook page, then he has about 4 million or so that are there, and you're getting over on that reach. CTR Media Network streams in over 200 million households, and we are a part of CTR Media Network.com, the Kim Jacobs Show. And then we also are literally a part of Believe in Your Dreams Network. And so if you're watching that, it's in 300 million households worldwide. And then on multiple other platforms, whether it be LinkedIn, Facebook, you name it, Twitter, we're in a variety of those as well, YouTube also. So you will get extensive reach by being one of the sponsors on the Gabe's Heart Foundation platform.
Unheard of reach. It's astronomical reach. So you definitely want to, it's always the give back, but that's a way that Kim has come up to give back to her supporters. So I'm super excited about it.
Okay. So, and it's going to be Saturday, September 24th at 8:00 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. But if you go to gabesheartfoundation.org, you will be able to get all of the details, and you can donate and start registering. Thank you all so much for being here today. And let me go ahead and play just this little bit of a clip to let you learn more about Gabe as we close out. It was one of his birthday memorial videos. I hope you guys have a wonderful day.
Hello, and welcome to the Rock Report. I'm Gabriel Jacobs, and this is what's going on at our Rock.
Get him, Gabe.
Number 22 of the Dolphins on the carry.
It's a 10-year-old? He already looks like he's in the NFL.
Third down.
And look how confident he's walking. Go, Gabe.
September 15, 2013. My name is Gabriel Jacobs, and I'm here to tell you about Tampa Bay. Today, I would like to talk about their game. They're playing good on the game right now, but they need to strategize more. Like, they keep trying to get a touchdown instead of trying to go for the main point. The main point should try to be getting a first down. You got to worry about that first and then try to get a touchdown.
Don't let this little joker right here fool you. He had one of the best hits. Dude thought he was gonna run him over. Pow, he put him down. I saw that. Y'all know this big boy right here, Diesel. This joker right in the room. Nice spread for these players and for the coaches. And then what we're also gonna do is, because they finished number 4 in the nation, we're gonna sponsor their trophies. We're gonna sponsor their trophies because you guys work so hard with these kids.
So my 2 champions, congratulations, both of you placed in Science Fair 2011. I'm proud of you guys. Go ahead, Gabe. Please lead us in a word of prayer.
Thank you for allowing us all to be able to come out tonight, today, and have.
What I remember about Gabe is that he always had a smile on his face, and he would never let that smile go off his face.
We both played football, though not for the same team. So I had fun playing football with him.
Met Gabe through his cousins Sania and Jazara, and I met them at my after school, and one time they picked them up, and it was just funny how he comes in with laughter and stuff. He would always make me and my friends laugh and stuff. He always stood up for other children because he thought it was the right thing to do. And then he would never want anyone to bully anyone because he really didn't like that.
The theme of Gabe's Heart Foundation is Just Keep Beating. And the reason that we chose that theme is because we want Gabe's heart to keep beating in the hearts of other children and adults that are just like him. Those that will go out of their way to help people and give of themselves selflessly. Gabriel had an impact on every single person that he met, no matter whether he knew them or not. He loved everyone, and he personally went out of his way to make sure that everyone felt special. Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of The Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on The Kim Jacobs Show. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this episode of The Kim Jacobs Show. How are you, Dr. Vicki, over there?
I'm better than good.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. And you look amazing. And I'm so excited to have you here today. I see the Dr. Vicki show back behind you. So I'm excited because we're going to be talking about something today that I think all of you would truly enjoy. As you all are coming in, grabbing your virtual seats, I want you to send a shout out. Let us know where you're visiting in from, and I will be happy to put it up on the screen. Again, the Kim Jacobs Show, as we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time, and touching hearts, one household and one heart at a time. I am excited when you all tune in to this broadcast. Today, make sure you know that we're going to be celebrating this young lady, Dr. Vicki Mabry Height, and she is graduating from a program that we offer called How to Start Your Own Show from Scratch. So a lot of things that we've been working on over the last 6 weeks, you'll learn about some of those things. And we are going to have this new doctor well, she's not a new doctor. She's been a doctor for a long time, but we're going to have her new show be introduced to you all today. So let's see who's visiting in. And let's see. I see you, Nayujin. Glad to have you. Pamela from Sanford, North Carolina. I see you, Grant, all the way from Zambia. Okay, glad to have you. Solomon, I see all of your emojis. Glad to have you on today. What we're going to do is we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, I'm going to introduce you to Dr. Vicki Mabry Height. Are you ready for this, Dr. Vicki?
Oh, yes, I'm ready.
All right, everybody. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
It's not just another day. It's a brand new day, full of all the fun, love, and laughter you and your family create. Silver Shield Security understands feeling at home means feeling safe and happy. No credit checks, no contracts. We offer payment arrangements, and we'll even give you a free door camera. Find out how we can brighten your day even more at silvershield-security.com. Silver Shield Security.
All right, everyone, we are back, and we are here today to celebrate something that's getting ready to come out on the horizon. And let me put that up. We're congratulating Dr. Vicki Height. She's the host of the Dr. Vicki MD show, coming very soon on Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific time. Is that how you say PST time?
Yes.
Okay. And it's going to be 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Wednesdays. And so it'll be coming out soon. The date is yet to be determined, but everything is falling in place for this new show to kick off very soon. So let me introduce you all to Dr. Vicki Mabry Height. Let me go and Dr. Vicki Y. Mabry Height, MD, is the president and CEO of Medical and Compensation Consultants, a consulting firm that develops health care programs for private and government agencies in the area of employee health and wellness, as well as workers' compensation. I'll give her a chance to talk about her backstory as far as where she was born and went to school. She graduated. Wow. Okay. She graduated summa cum laude from York College of the City University of New York before earning her MD degree at Yeshiva University and Albert Einstein College of Medicine. And because of her interest in improving the delivery of healthcare to understand populations, she pursued a fellowship from the National Medical Fellowship that allowed her to volunteer as something very special. Again, I want her to talk about this. This was a unique opportunity for her to do some transformational work out of the country, and I want her to speak about that as well. But she graduated in 1989 from the University of California at Los Angeles with a master's in public health with an emphasis in environmental and occupational toxicology. The American Board of Internal Medicine certified her in her internal medicine degree in 1990, and she is board eligible in occupational medicine. There is so much more to this woman, Dr. Vicki Y. Mabry Height, and you're going to hear more from her about her backstory. Welcome, Dr. Vicki, to the Kim Jacobs Show.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kim, for having me here. And also to Mr. Les Brown for offering this opportunity for me.
Absolutely. I thank you, Dr. Les Brown, as well, for allowing the Kim Jacobs Show to bring wonderful guests to the world through your platform. So we're very honored. And I want everyone to get a chance to hear about you, Dr. Vicki. If you be, and I don't know, do you prefer me to call you Dr. Vicki or Dr. Height? As different people like different things.
Dr. Vicki is fine.
Okay. I only did that because you have the Dr. Vicki show coming up, so I assumed you like that.
Okay. Yes, I do.
So if you would just take us on a journey through your backstory. Tell us a little bit about you and what brought you to where you are today.
Okay, well, I'm originally from a small town in North Carolina called Greenville, and I was raised primarily by my grandparents. And the reason I became a doctor was because when I was a child, my grandfather had a heart condition. So the doctor was always in our home. And because of that, I watched that doctor. And sometimes I thought about, well, could I make people feel better? Because my grandfather felt better when he left. So that was sort of the beginning of my inspiration. And then my grandfather always nurtured and encouraged that. So he told me at a very early age, you could be a doctor. And so that's really where the seed was planted. So it's like I didn't really not only heard him, it was as if he was talking to my soul. So no matter what obstacles I encountered on my journey to pursuing my doctorate, I always remembered my grandfather's words telling me that I could do this. So that's sort of where the seed was planted and where things started.
Now, did your grandfather ultimately see you reach this goal?
Oh, he certainly did. And when I would be giving him medical advice and telling him that I now had MD behind my name, he let me know that what the two most important letters behind your name are CS. So I had to ask him, well, what is that?
Yes.
He said, well, that's common sense. And he always said most people don't have it. And if they don't have it, you can't give it to them.
Wow.
So he was letting me know he didn't care about any of my medical advice. He had done fine. He was doing okay.
Good. Wow, what an inspirational story. And Dr. Vicki, I never heard that story. So this is my first time hearing it as well. And now to understand why you were so passionate about pursuing this particular field of choice. Now, it's one thing to be passionate about it. It's another thing for you to take it and start helping people globally. And I know you've done some phenomenal work in Kenya. Talk to us about that as well.
Well, the Kenya experience was actually, I was reading a paper one day when I was in medical school at Albert Einstein, and they were talking about how babies in East Africa were dying from central nervous system tuberculosis. Now, that's a treatable medical condition. And I'm saying to myself, why are people dying? Why are babies dying from something that we have a cure for? So I thought I was going to go over there and volunteer and literally save all these babies with my hands. But anyway, it was still a very rewarding experience. So I wrote a proposal, and it was actually sponsored and funded for me by the National Medical Foundation. So even though I was a medical student, I was in my last year, I was able to spend almost 6 to 7 months living in East Africa with a family. And during the day, I would be what they call the foot doctor. So I would travel throughout the villages, and we were immunizing babies and any adults also that wanted to be immunized against tuberculosis. So that was a truly rewarding experience for me, and one that, of course, I will always remember. And I worked out of Kenyatta Hospital, which was a major hospital in Nairobi, Kenya at that time.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Dr. Vicki, I also saw in your bio that you were the past president and chair of the board of directors for a public nonprofit organization that provided services to over 350 chemically dependent and abused children. Can you talk to us about that too?
Well, that actually started in the hairdresser. I was sitting in the hair salon one day, and the lady next to me, an older Black woman, was telling me, I was asking her, what does she do kind of thing, because I was seeing her often, but we had
Right.
never really talked. So this day we were at the dryer, and she let me know that she had facilities that she provided service called residential care facilities for children in foster care. And when she found out I was a physician, she asked me would I see some of her girls who were in foster care as patients in my office. So I started seeing these girls and talking to them and counseling them and really just networked and connected with them really well. And at the time, I had been reading about how almost 2 million children under the year of age 2 were dying in the US each year from basically being in abuse type setting. So I wanted to open a group home that was for children less than age 2. But when I wrote the program and submitted it, the county of Riverside said, well, we don't need any more of those programs. We need programs that can accommodate teenagers, especially the ones that have drug dependencies.
That's interesting.
So I wrote a program for teenagers that had drug dependencies.
Wow.
And so that's how I got into that business. And really, I was a volunteer. So I was playing the role of the administrator. So I did that for about 5 years, taking care of kids in foster care that had what are called a dual diagnosis. In other words, they have a mental health diagnosis and they have a chemical dependency.
Wow.
So it's a really tough group to provide services for because services for them are so limited. So I did it for about 5 or 6 years, and about 350 kids rotated through our program. But because 2 of our facilities were in the city of Rancho Mirage, I approached the Betty Ford Center, and they provided a volunteer for our program that worked with our children and also with their families. So that was very rewarding experience for me.
Well, you are well experienced and diverse in quite a few areas. I know that you also serve as a mentor to students that are interested in becoming medical physicians. What made you decide to take that on as an additional responsibility in addition to all of the other hats that you wear?
Well, that started because when I was in medical school, I never saw a Black doctor. I never had a Black instructor. I never had anyone really that was a mentor for me. And so as people that you know in your family and your friends in your community know that you're a physician, when they have children or know someone going into medicine, they would call me and ask questions and ask would I mentor them. So I've had the rewarding experience of seeing some of the students that I have mentored actually become physicians. And that's been very rewarding. And that's part of the stimulus for wanting to have this show where I can also sort of mentor on a larger scale and be available and answer questions for students who may be interested in medicine or even other healthcare professions, even nursing, that might want to know what it's like or just have questions and want to ask someone, because I didn't have a doctor in my family. And so it was very hard for me to get information.
Wow.
So I want to be a resource for people that might have that as a dream or a desire and can't find a mentor and have questions. So I'm hoping this show will be a forum for them, a service to help them.
Absolutely incredible, everyone. Listen, I see all of your comments coming in. I'm going to pop some of them in right before we take this commercial break. We're talking today with Dr. Vicki Height, and she is actually creating a new show called the Dr. Vicki MD Show that's coming out on Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific time and 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It'll be coming soon, and you all will be notified of the release date. So all of her stuff is coming together so nicely. Let me go to some of the virtual studio audience comments and pop them up here and give you a chance to share your thoughts with Dr. Vicki. Okay, I see you. I see you. Okay, you're tagging people as well. From India, Akash is from India. And Linda says, good Wednesday morning. Queen Kim and Dr. Vicki, greetings from Seattle. Okay, glad to have you. I'm here from beautiful Guyana, South America. Glad to have you, Shauna. All right, hello to you as well. Oh, okay. Jesse said, I cannot afford health care, unfortunately, even though I'm a working, tax-paying American. Interesting. And maybe at some point, if you want to speak to any of that, you're welcome to at any time. All right, Jesse. Online business. Okay, you're starting a business. Congratulations to you is what Dr. Lotus Roche. She has a show called the Lotus Roche Ignite Show and books that boom. And she's here congratulating you today.
Oh, thank you.
All right. And she said, hey, what another great broadcast. Thank you, Kim Jacobs. Thank you, Dr. Lotus Roche, for your global platform. Anybody that's not communicated or checked out the Dr. Lotus Roche Ignite show, please make sure you take a moment to do so. All right. Hello, my fellow Guyanese is what Dave is saying, I think, to another person from Guyana. So they're all talking in the virtual studio audience. Yes. What great work you do, Dr. Lotus Roche says. Okay. And this, let's see, I have worked with substance abuse use disorders for the Department of Defense while in Japan. I must say that no matter where you work on the planet with people that have concerns with substance use disorder, it is a huge challenge. I salute you, Dr. Vicki, for the great work that you have done. Dr.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so I see all of your comments and we'll keep them coming in throughout the broadcast. We're going to take a quick commercial break. And when we come back, we're going to hear more about the Dr. Vicki MD show. So when we come back, Dr. Vicki, tell people what they can expect when they tune in on Wednesdays in the near future to your show. We'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
When someone has lost a loved one, they want to know what exactly happened. They want to know, is the other person going to be held responsible? And they want closure. At Hunter and Everett, we help clients that have lost a loved one move on and to do that with dignity and respect that they deserve.
All right, everyone, and we are back, and we are actually talking with Dr. Vicki Mabry Height today, and she is backstage. She will be popping right back on in a few seconds, and this woman is graduating from our program called How to Start Your Own Show from Scratch. And so I do want you to know that if that's something that you're interested in doing as well in the future, definitely let's just take a look at this promo video and then we'll come back to Dr. Vicki. Is that okay with you, Dr. Vicki? All right. I will go ahead and play this in case any of you have a story to share or you would like to connect more with your tribe through your branding, whether it be you being a motivational speaker or whether you're an author or whether you're a business owner and you know that you want to better expose your brand to the community. You can bring experts on and be able to have your own show from scratch as well. So I'll let you hear from Les Brown now. Hello, everyone. I am Kim Jacobs, the host of the Kim Jacobs Show, and you all know who's right here with me, Dr. Les Brown. How are you, Dr. Brown?
I'm blessed and highly favored. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time you want to give yourself a competitive edge. If you got a message, you have some knowledge or experience, a story, or if you want to do something adventurous and exciting with your life that can increase your credibility, expose you to millions of people, I'm encouraging you to have your own talk show. I used to have a talk show. That one talk show catapulted me to another level. Now there are more people watching the internet, as you are aware, than television. Yes. Come on, somebody.
That's right.
Dr. Kim Jacobs, she trained people on how to have their own talk show. She will train you how to do that. And now with me working, partnering with her, now you have the combination of an audience, expansive audience. We have over 4 million people in all of our platforms, and the coaching you need to grow your business, to grow your multi-level marketing organization, to draw more attention to yourself in this noisy economy. Go ahead, Kim.
So in the training that I do, Les, I actually do a 6-week training. It's 1 hour per week. And each week I meet with the individuals one-on-one. We go through and we talk about all of the things that's necessary for a show to become a reality. We go from how to actually identify your focus area, what's going to be your ideal customer that's going to be tuning in. We'll talk about how to get guests, how to get sponsorship, how to go about getting your lighting, your branding, and your banners, and everything that you need to know. And guess what, Les? They own their own content at the end of the day.
And that's exciting. Now, if you're ready to create a shift in your business and in your life and increase your cash flow, I want you to go to KimJacobsConsulting.com. It's right there on the screen, KimJacobsConsulting.com. You know, people say opportunity knocks on every door. Right. No, opportunity stands by silently waiting for you to recognize it. So I want you to recognize that this is a time for you. This is an incredible time to have your own talk show. It establishes a level of credibility.
Yes.
And by being exposed to people on a regular basis, it allows you to strategically begin to impact and attract your audience. She can take you in a place in yourself that you can't go by yourself. So go to KimJacobsConsulting.com. That's KimJacobsConsulting.com. Did I say KimJacobsConsulting.com? Yes, you did. Very good. Make sure you go there and sign up for the coaching, and we're looking forward to working with you. You have something special. You have greatness within you. That's my story, and that's Kim's story, and we're sticking to it. Bye for now.
Bye-bye. All right, bye for now, everyone. And if that's something that you're interested in, as Les Brown said, visit KimJacobsConsulting.com so we can get started with the training. I'm going to pull Dr. Vicki Mabry Height back in right now so we can hear more about what her show is going to be bringing to the world. So here we go. Dr. Vicki, how are you again?
I'm fine.
All right. Tell everybody what they can expect when they tune in on Wednesdays in the very near future to hear from you about the Dr. Vicki MD show.
Well, I'm going to try to talk about and give my opinion on various things. So, for example, we have this monkeypox outbreak that's increasing throughout the country. So I want to do a show on what we need to know about monkeypox. And I'm going to have a guest, another physician who's an infectious disease expert, who I will be interviewing and who will be answering questions. And also we encourage the audience to tune in and have questions, because we can also have the expert answer questions that you might have on this topic as we present it to you. So that's just one example. But also I'll be focusing also on people interested in healthcare professions, especially medical students. So what are the 5 tips, for example, that will help them get into a medical school? What are the courses you need to take in college that really best prepare you for what you're going to encounter in medical school? So there'll be questions along that avenue. And then there are also various social topics. Like I'm interested in what is going to be the impact of this new reversal of Roe versus Wade on poor women. So I'm going to have a guest and we're going to do a show also on that. And then I'm going to take topics from the virtual audience on things that they would like to hear about and know more about. And I'm going to try to find experts that can elaborate and answer questions for them on those shows. So we really encourage the virtual audience to participate, and don't be afraid to submit any questions or topics that you might really want to know a little bit more about.
Okay, so where can people stay connected with you? I know the show is coming up soon on Wednesdays, but in the meantime, where can people stay connected with you, Dr. Vicki?
Well, I do have an email. That's Dr. Vicki MD. And that's no periods or anything, all small letters. And it's DR. Vicki is VICKIE MD.com. So that's my email. So it's an easy way to send emails to on topics you might be interested in, so that I can prepare shows around those subjects.
Now that's your website that we're going to put up. But when you say send the email, where do you want them to email it to you?
Well, the email is drvickymd@gmail.com.
Okay, email is drvickymd
MD
at
at
gmail.
gmail.com. And the website that'll tell you what our future shows might be, is drvickymd.com.
All right. So listen, everyone, and make sure that you go and visit drvickymd.com. Her website is filled with great information and is very pleasant on the eyes, by the way, also. And her email is drvickymd@gmail.com. Dr. Vicki, no periods or anything, Dr. Vicki md@gmail.com. And Vicki is spelled VICKIE for the podcast listeners as well. All right, drvickymd.com and drvickymd@gmail.com. Send your show ideas, things that you want to know about medically, things that you want to be kept abreast of from a medical physician. She's going to be having this show that will be a game changer for all of us that will tune in. Okay. All right. So now, Dr. Vicki, I would love to also know, from you being a student in the masterclass, and it's one-on-one where I've worked with you exclusively for 6 weeks. Can you tell people what your experience was being a student in the class?
Well, for me, it was a great experience. First, I actually started looking forward to it each week. And the most important thing, because Kim goes from A to Z, really is everything you need to know. And if you're really attentive, you'll be able to start your own show from really just her 6-week course, because it's intense. She's giving you a lot of information, but it's also very personal because it's just you and her. So you can ask lots of questions too. So I looked forward to it every week. And the best part is there's no homework.
Some people like homework. So if you're that person that you love homework, then I will make sure you get homework. But if you're like me, I don't want a bunch of homework, then I will make sure you don't have any.
Well, for me, with a really busy schedule, it was wonderful to have nothing that I was assigned to do afterwards. We covered everything in our sessions, including my questions. So it was a wonderful experience. I highly recommend it. And it is a way to have your own voice. So I highly recommend it.
Wow. Well, thank you so much. I didn't know that you were going to say all of that either, because I never know what a person's going to say. But I'm grateful for your feedback. And anyone that's interested in taking this course, you will get exactly what Dr. Vicki is receiving. You'll get a formal graduation at the end where people will get exposed to you, your show, what the concept is and what they can expect. I do want to take a moment now just to play a video that is a brief promo video that will give you a little bit more about Dr. Vicki MD show that's coming up here very soon on Wednesdays, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time and 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So let me play this. I thought this was a great promo video. Take a look.
Hello, my name is Dr. Vicki, and I'm a physician and host of the new Dr. Vicki MD show that will be streaming live every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time and 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I have practiced internal medicine as a board-certified physician for over 30 years. I'm also a mother, wife, grandmother, and American descendant of the enslaved. My slave family name is Mabry. The Dr. Vicki MD show is a podcast, and the stories that I share with you will include lessons learned from pursuit of my dream of becoming a doctor. These lessons will also educate, inform, inspire, and sometimes entertain you. If you are interested in pursuing a career in medicine, you might be interested in topics that will include 5 tips students need to know to get into medical school. I will also share my perspective on current health-related topics, like what you need to know about the rapidly evolving monkeypox, as well as other hot social topics of interest, like what the recent reversal of Roe versus Wade may mean for poor women. Also, special invited guests will weigh in on various health and wellness topics. Tune in to the Dr. Vicki MD show if you enjoy learning, want to share your life experiences, or want to ask the doctor your questions. We look forward to hearing from you and welcome suggestions for future episodes. Our email address is drvickimd@gmail.com. Follow us on Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, and TikTok. Experience is the difference. If you like what you're hearing, hit those subscribe and like buttons so we can bring you the Dr. Vicki MD show every week. I'm Dr. Vicki, and it's been a pleasure speaking to you.
Wow. Okay. I am most impressed and look very much forward to tuning in. And everybody in the virtual studio audience, put some comments, put some shout outs. I'm going to come over to you all and check some of those out now. I know people in our audience, they flood you with love. So let's see here. Some of the comments that's coming in. I want to make sure I didn't miss any. Oh, this is so awesome. Pamela said, Pamela Fox, glad to have you on today. And I don't know a lot of the people that are tuning in from everywhere, but I'm honored to have you on today. And let's share this broadcast. Yes, Dr. Lotus Roche, thank you so much. Share it to everyone you know so people can know to tune in. And greetings from Martha's Vineyard is what she said. Okay, Carrie is all the way from Maryland. And let's go. It's a lot of, just shared it to about 8 different groups, and you can too. This is a wonderful broadcast. Let's share the love. Thank you so much for sharing, Dr. Roche says. Thank you. Let's see.
Thank you so much for all the love from the virtual audience. I really appreciate that encouragement. And I'm hoping this show will also inspire more people to go into medicine. We need more doctors and nurses and technicians and everyone of color in medicine.
I'm so glad that you're leading by example. And I know that you said that there are a lot of disparities amongst healthcare, and anything that you want to say further about that, feel free to as well.
Well, we just need more people of color and from diverse backgrounds in medicine, really in all nationalities and cultures. There's still a lack of diversity. Now, when I was in medical school, there was only 3 of us that were American descendants of the enslaved. And those numbers really have not changed in this country. So, and this is now 41 years later. So we must encourage and inspire and support doctors who want to go into healthcare, especially our doctors of color.
That's real. And you said 41 years. You have been practicing medicine for 41 years.
Yeah, 41 long years.
That is amazing.
And not a lot has changed in terms of the numbers.
Interesting.
But I want to be a role model, and I want especially African American doctors and people of color who want to be physicians to know you can do this. Despite all the obstacles, you can do this.
Wow. Well, make sure you all are.
Yeah.
Make sure you all are hashtagging Vicki MD Show. Endorsed also by Les Brown as well. Dr. Les Brown is the person that actually recommended that she come through the training. So I want you all to know that we want you to hashtag Vicki MD Show so that we can make sure we get that trending. And anytime you want to get some information, you should be able to put that hashtag in, and you'll start seeing a lot of the different episodes and things as well. I see you, Dr. Peggy Johnson, author of many different books that you have put out into the universe. And you said, hello, ladies. Hello to you as well. All right. So now, based on everything that's happened, I know you are a busy physician, a lot on your plate. You've been doing this for 41 years. What are some things you do for fun? Tell us just some ways that you go, whoosh.
Well, one of the fun things that I do is I used to travel, at least that was before COVID.
Okay.
So I have traveled international and I've been to about 23 different countries. And I always visit poor people in those countries. And I am always amazed at how they do so much with so little. So, but I still enjoy traveling.
Okay.
So to relax a little bit, I still do some of that now that we're sort of in post-COVID, but not as much as I used to do.
Okay.
So I
So
do
traveling.
travel.
And where is the most fun place you've traveled to?
Well, my favorite place is Los Cabos, Mexico.
For real? Okay, so I
Yeah.
need to write that down.
Yeah.
Los Cabos, Mexico.
That's still my place to go to relax, and the people there are extremely friendly, and it's just the scenery is beautiful, and I'll
Excellent.
still enjoy that going there.
Well, one of my favorite places is Maui, Hawaii. I love
Okay.
Hawaii. So I just love it. And I mean, I love Aruba too, but I really love Maui, Hawaii.
Yes, Maui is beautiful. It's just a little bit longer air flight.
I know.
Yeah.
Especially
But,
when one of my children had some whole milk and he was lactose intolerant. That made the trip not very pleasant.
Okay, I can imagine.
Yes, that's a good visual, huh? But anyway, I'm excited because today, everyone, we are talking, for those of you that may just be tuning in, we're talking with Dr. Vicki Mabry Height, and she is kicking off a whole new show called the Dr. Vicki MD Show. You're going to be getting medical advice from her as a board certified physician, internal medicine physician, and been practicing medicine for 41 years. Her hope is to be able to have other students become interested in becoming medical doctors as well. So I'm super excited that she completed her training. And what we're going to do now is transition. Let me take another commercial break first, and then we're going to come back and transition to the graduation. Okay, so we will be right back after this commercial break. Are you all enjoying yourselves? Put comments, congratulations, all of that good stuff over in the comment section. All right, we will be right back after this break.
Hi, my name is Samantha Benson, and I'm with Get Insured Solutions. You can get life insurance anywhere across the country, but with
All right, everyone, and we are back with Dr. Vicki Mabry Height. I did want to just share her website because I'm more of a visual person. So for me, I like to see what I would be seeing, if that makes sense. So I'm going to take a moment and just pop her website here for you all to be able to get a visual of what you'll see when you go over there. And she keeps you very well informed. Here you are, drvickimd.com, drvickimd.com. I'll make it full screen for you all. And you can share your story. Her blog experience does make the difference, and hence she has 41 years of it. And she also shares her story there as well, her fight and her charge, her commitment to all of you. And as mom, I'm a mom of adult children as well as younger children. But to know that they can come and tune into Dr. Vicki MD show for inspiration is just, and to know that there are so many different options pertaining to their career choices. So I just want to give you this visual to let you see some of the things that you would see over on her site. The outreach opportunities, the services, everything that is available, then make sure that you tune in. And she also is an author. She is an author of White Coat Secrets. You can buy a copy of that book even before the show comes out. Everybody, put in the comment sections, I'm getting my copy. I want my copy. I'm purchasing my copy. Go right here to her website, and I'll put that in the comment section, and buy a copy of her book today. White Coat Secrets, Still Standing, A Doctor's Story. All right, so I just wanted to make sure you all knew that there's a whole lot that's offered over there on the drvickimd.com page. All right, so at this point, I'm sure everybody is ready for this and been waiting. So we're going to go to a congratulatory, celebratory moment. This is when you all flood the comment section saying congratulations. We're proud of you, Dr. Vicki. We can't wait for your show to come out. Whatever it is that you want to say, and I'll go to some of those comments. But at this time, we want to take a moment to do formal congratulations song. All right, and on that note, Dr. Vicki Mabry Height, we would like to, on behalf of How to Start Your Own Show from Scratch, Kim Jacobs online masterclass, we would like to present you with your certificate. And it says, congratulations, completing the Kim Jacobs online course. And it is presented to you, Dr. Vicki Height, for the Dr. Vicki MD show on today. I have I have a typo on there. That's okay. We will get that corrected, and please forgive me. But it's August 31st, 2022. And so you will be receiving your formal corrected certificate, and that will come to you today. All right. And so in any kind of all of the how do you say, whenever you're dealing with things online and Zoom and all of this, it all works together. But here on today, August 31st, 2022, we present you with your certificate of completion from How to Start Your Own Show from Scratch. So congratulations to you today.
Well, thank you so much, Kim. And again, I have to still thank Mr. Les Brown for introducing me to you and for providing his support and encouragement also. So I can't thank both of you enough for this opportunity.
Absolutely. You're most deserving of it. And I think that the world would miss out, Dr. Vicki, if you had this much experience, 41 years, and then you just keep it to you going to work, coming home, going to work, coming home, and nobody else was able to glean from the knowledge that you're going to be sharing with the world. So I'm grateful that you accepted the calling to take on a new responsibility of being a talk show host.
Yes, I'm looking forward to the experience, and I'm hoping that parents will also tune in also, because any child going into any healthcare career and really any professional business, it takes a team. I say every dream takes a team. So the parents, we have to get back to supporting our children and whatever their strengths are and whatever their dreams are. That's our role as a parent. We have to keep doing that. Even those of us that have adult children, it really doesn't end. They still have dreams and hopes and things that they want to do. And we have to keep nourishing and encouraging them also.
That's beautifully said. And I heard the dog in the background. I always tell people too that this show is about how people balance different aspects of their lives. And so when you can bring the dog and let him be right on the actual show. That's the beautiful part.
All right, let me get my two little poodles in here.
Then please do that. I'll put you backstage for a second. Okay, listen, while she's grabbing the dogs, I just want you all to go ahead and flood your comments and stuff. And then you'll get to also meet her two poodles. Okay, so let me take a moment. And what I'm going to do is make sure that I go to some of your comments, but I really want her to hear your comments. So let me just wait and do that. I think that this is such an inspirational show that's getting ready to pop off. And I want people to really make a concerted effort to tune in on Wednesdays so that you get the chance to learn first of all, some medical information that we all want to know. She's going to be talking about monkeypox. And so that's something that many of us need to know. What in the world is going on with this? What's happening? What's about to happen? So we can kind of stay abreast of medically what is being shared. Give me a thumbs up when you have the dogs with you, and I'll pull you back in. Give me a thumbs up. Oh, she has them. Okay, I'll pull you in now. All right, let's meet your little baby.
This is the other part of my family right now. This is Vika and Remy. They're two little chocolate poodles. I don't know if you can see them.
Let me see.
Say hi, guys.
Hi. You're so adorable. You love mommy, huh?
This is Mika, yeah. So this is when your adult children grow up.
Right.
Don't forget about dogs. There are plenty of them that need love and attention too.
Oh, that is so beautiful. Hi, I see you over there too.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna let them go down.
Okay, I'm gonna play a quick commercial, everybody, while she puts them down.
We make decisions, and our decisions make us. You have something special. You've got greatness in you. When I look at this picture with my brother and I, born in an abandoned building on a floor in a poor section of Miami, Florida called Liberty City, and I was labeled educable mentally retarded. They called me DT, the dumb twin. No one could have told me, by investing in myself and learning how to communicate, how to present myself, how to speak to one-on-one or small groups or large audiences, that it would dramatically change my life. I'm 77 now, and I'm looking for people who are serious about becoming successful, about becoming a category king, on how to tell their story about themselves or about their business, or how to monetize their dreams and make a difference on the planet. If that's you, I want you to reach out to me. I'm going to teach you how to tell your story, how to use quotes, how to use humor, how to make people laugh and feel good and cry in their tears. Oh, let me tell you something up in here. People say we have the best training program on the planet and train more successful people than anybody on the planet. And you can be the next one. This is your time. This is your moment. Turn adversity to your advantage. But you gotta be hungry. You have something special. You got greatness in you. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Bye for now.
We know that Dr. Les Brown is a living legend, and we are so excited for everything that he is doing. And his 77th year on this earth is what he often says. And so definitely visit lesbrown.com to learn more about what he's also offering. And this has been just such a wonderful experience having Dr. Vicki Mabry Height on. Let's go to some of the comments here, some of our final comments. Okay, people are saying congratulations to you.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you. I need that encouragement. Thank you so much.
This is my mom who says, good morning. I'm glad to see that you are in the studio this morning, Dr. Vicki.
Good morning, Mom.
And she also said, congratulations.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Linda said, congratulations on your new upcoming show, Dr. Vicki, MD. Joe, looking forward to seeing you on Wednesday afternoons very soon. Appreciate you sharing your life journey with us. You are awesome.
Thank you again. Thank you so much.
Clevie says, congratulations. Judith says, congratulations, amazing you. And then I see Dr. Peggy is actually commenting to my mom, who's in the virtual studio audience. And okay, so they're talking to each other, which is a beautiful thing. You'll love that as a talk show host, Dr. Vicki, when your studio audience starts talking to the other studio audience members. You're like, oh, good. Have a heyday, have fun. Okay, let's see. My mom also said, good morning, Kim and Dr. Vicki. Dr. Vicki, I love your intro video, very informative, and I love it. And I am getting lots of great information from you on this great show today.
Oh, great. Thank you so much.
Y'all don't know. Y'all are really like making Dr. Vicki, because she's a medical physician and she is really, really extremely professional. So it's not a joke. She is not, I don't want to say a perfectionist, but it's a good thing to see how serious she is about her craft, right? And so I am honored to hear some of the comments that you all are sharing today. Obviously, I didn't know what anybody would put, but I'm really honored to hear some of those comments today. Any final thoughts that you have, Dr. Vicki, before we prepare to close today?
Well, again, I just want to thank everyone that really tuned in today. I appreciate your taking time from your schedule to just spend time encouraging me. And I look forward, and hopefully that some of you will join my studio audience. I'm looking forward to this new stage in life for me. And again, I want to encourage you to let me know always topics and things that you want more information on, so that I'll make it my responsibility to try to get answers for you.
And
So
where can they send that information? Where can they
Again, the best is probably to the Dr. Vicki MD at gmail.com.
Excellent.
Dr. Vicki MD at gmail.com. And doctor is just DR. And Vicki is Vickie. Okay.
Excellent. And I'm glad you did that for the podcast listeners too. Dr. Vicki, Vickie, MD.com. And her email is drvickimd at gmail.com. And like you are a perfectionist, I am too in my own way. And so I reached out, and I actually never throw anybody on blast at all. But you saw that there was an error on the certificate. And thank goodness for a wonderful team. I reached out to one of my team members, Shannon, and she immediately dropped everything she was doing and got this over to us with it properly spelled.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. And Kim, I can't thank you enough. There aren't enough words to thank you for how much effort and work you put into trying to make sure that the people that you help are successful. There aren't enough words to thank you for that.
Well, thank you for those kind words. And listen, everybody, if you're interested in starting your own show, go ahead and visit kimjacobsconsulting.com, and you can go through that process, or you can also send me an email, kim@thebalancedoctor. And in this case, doctor is spelled out, kim@thebalancedoctor.tv. And I will be happy to work arrangements for us to do our one-on-one training. All right, everybody. So that is today's episode. We've had a great time. And I'm honored that Dr. Vicki Mabry Height will have her show coming on every Wednesday, coming very soon. I will let you know that the very first topic that you can expect and have in your mind, she already has everything ready, y'all. It's just a matter of once the date is there, I'll put it right here on one of our broadcasts to let you know, hey, it's this Wednesday. So don't worry. When I send the flyer out and post it, you'll know that that's the day, and you can also stay connected on our website. But the first episode is going to be a live discussion with her and a guest about monkeypox and what some of the concerns are, what's happening with this rapidly evolving monkeypox. And you can follow her on social media at Mabry, Mabry, Height, MD. You can follow her on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or LinkedIn. And you'll be notified whenever she's preparing to go live, starting Wednesdays, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time and 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Any closing comment? Are you good?
No, I'm good. Thank you so much. Everyone have a wonderful and blessed day.
All right, everybody. I will see you again tomorrow at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on The Kim Jacobs Show. Have a great one. Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of The Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on The Kim Jacobs Show.
others. The Finkley Experience, an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education and which prepares high school students for college. For more information, visit their website at thefinkleyexperience.com. Father to Father Incorporated, a nonprofit organization that strengthens families through father engagement with a goal to help men in our communities to be great dads. For more information, visit their website, fathertofatherinc.org. Ablaze Entertainment. The goal of Ablaze is to take emerging artists and develop them to the next level of their career. For more information, visit their website at ablazeentertainment.net. Thank you. On the next Finkley, Chris and Jeremy are making a difference in the lives of others. With their nonprofit organization, Brothers in Healing, Jeremy and Chris are providing financial assistance towards treatment for those first responders suffering from PTSD and trauma. It's a story you don't want to miss. Next, Michael Finkley.
It's my biggest dream come true. Oh my, it's my biggest dream come true.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Dr. Vicki's show. Thanks for joining us today. Y'all, ever since I told you all, I made the announcement on the last show, that I gave up my full-time job and I'm pursuing Finkley full-time. That's my show, my consulting firm, and anything else that God will place and has placed on my heart to do. It has been tremendous. Doors have opened up so much for me in these last few weeks. It's been an awesome ride. I know that I need to be in this place. I'm in the right place at the right time. Let me tell you something about fear. Fear will stop you every time you want to accomplish a certain thing in your life. I was supposed to do my job years ago, but because of fear and my comfort in my job that I had in the field of education for 11 years, I was scared. I was literally petrified. But then, as a spiritual being, I go back to the word. He didn't give us a spirit of fear, but power, love, and a sound mind. Once you overcome that fear, you can achieve anything you want to. Once I said yes to God's will for my life, that is when peace came, and that is when my soul was settled, and that's when I was able to move into the path God wants me to be. I was asleep one night, laying down one night, and I just remembered being at peace. This was, oh my gosh, a few days ago, and I just remember just laying there in peace. And I'm like, this is what it feels like to be in the will of God. Peace. No worries, no anything, just peace. And so peace was there. Y'all, please don't be afraid. Please don't be afraid to go after your dreams and your goals. Now is the time. This world's not promised to us. We don't know when our next day or hour will give up on us in death. Now is the time to go after it. Now is the time to do it. If you've been pondering that idea, that business idea, that invention, go after it. I'm telling you, go after it. And don't look at anyone else. I had an awesome conversation with my brother, Brandon J. Go check out his show. He has a tremendous platform as well. And he just began to feed into me about not being in competition with anyone. Just going after what you know, right? Go. Be you. Do you and go. And that's what I'm doing in this season. Thank you, Brandon, for that. But that's what I'm doing in this season. I'm going after mine. All right. So definitely visit our website for updates. We have some tremendous things happening in this season in our life, and I'm excited about it. And I get to use all of my gifts to service others. That is the most important thing. Our gifts are not for us, they're for others that we come in contact with. And to mention gifts, we have tremendous guests today that are using their gifts to help others. We have the co-founders of Brothers in Healing. We have Jeremy and Chris with us, and they're doing amazing work with their nonprofit and assisting with treatment for those first responders who are suffering from PTSD and also trauma. They're doing amazing work, y'all. Hear their story and more. Don't you go away. Coming up, we have Chris and Jeremy with Brothers in Healing. Back in a moment.
Love, go by sincerely yours. This hip hop artist since 9'6", hailing from Chicago, Oak Park. And you watching the Michael Finkley show right now. Tune in. You get the feeling, give me rhythm for your heart's beating, arms reach, cross streets, baby, got back like the car.
On the next Michael Finkley, Eric's back. Think Fam, Eric Escobar is back as he talks with us about what he's been up to. And Christian artist Zeal is with us to talk about her single, Can't Give Up Now. Next Finkley.
Hello everybody, it's Finkley from the Finkley Experience. We're an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education. So we assist students with their college and career endeavors. We train school administrators on the state of first-generation students. And also, we partner with colleges and universities to assist their first-generation population for an easy transition from high school to college. So if you're looking for a presenter or a speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thefinkleyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you. Everybody, welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all, my next guest, these two individuals are making a difference in the world we live in today especially when it comes to the mental health of others. You all are watching right now this great duo that is striving to make a difference. They are Chris and Jeremy of Brothers in Healing. Thank you for being with us.
You're too kind. Thank you for that intro. That was great.
You're welcome. I do parties, I do bar mitzvahs, and everything else.
Yeah, let's do it then. Let's do all of them.
Let's go. I appreciate y'all so much for being with us and just what you do within your calling. So I must say, Chris and Jeremy, and watching what you do on social media and the world beyond that, you're making a difference. Where did your heart of service come from?
Gosh, I think for me, it started at a young age. I just really didn't like seeing people who were being taken advantage of or suffering. And I just felt a calling to try to help in some way, shape, or form. And that's just continued on to my adult life.
Yeah, I kind of have a funny story on that. I went to a parochial school when I lived in Chicago. I was a military brat, and so I moved all over. And there was one time we had mass, and I ended up with all the bishops on accident. And I remember them saying, "This is your call. You're gonna be a bishop." And I remember thinking, looking up, going, "Oh, I'm getting struck down all of a sudden here." Because, but I knew I already knew before then. You know, I knew I had to serve in one way or another, but it wasn't that way. And it took me a little while in life to figure out that, you know, I wanted to follow kind of my father's footsteps. You know, they served the country, and I knew I wanted to serve, and that's what helped me become a police officer.
Oh, wow. Thank you for your service. Thank you so much for your service. I must say it too, when I saw your name, Brothers in Healing, I knew it was a good thing. But I wanted to dive in a little bit deeper into what it was. So can you tell the Think Fam, what is Brothers in Healing and what do you actually do?
Yeah, basically we're focused on helping primarily first responders and military heal their PTSD. We both are diagnosed with PTSD. We retired with a medical disability after 20 years for Chris and 22 years for myself of service and some of the trauma that we've seen and witnessed and experienced. What we didn't know is that will impact you, and the body always keeps the score and remembers those things, and it comes out later on in life. And we just weren't taught that. I had a friend take his own life to suicide. He was hurting, and I saw him at plenty of functions, and we talked about everything. He just never opened up and said, "Hey, I'm hurting inside and I don't feel right." And so we don't want to see that happen. And the reason why we started Brothers in Healing is first responder suicide is the #1 way we're losing our police officers and first responders. This year, firefighters are actually taking the lead. They're committing suicide because they're hurting inside. Correct. Mm-hmm. We lose 22 military veterans per day, and we're not talking about it. And we're not doing a good enough job of getting that message out to say to other people, it's okay to not be okay. We're told the movie has to have a happy ending. Everybody wants this fairy tale ending. That is not life. And we're here to spread the message. Life is tough. You're either in a storm, coming out of one, or headed towards one. And that's okay too. You can get through it. Hold on, pain ends is our message. And we help others seek treatment for PTSD and through a facility called Deer Hollow in Utah. They specialize in first responders and other people suffering with PTSD and suicidal ideation. They have techniques and tools that they use in counseling that originally, I'm not gonna lie to you, I didn't believe in them. I did not believe in psychology prior to our journey. And now we're living the difference. And that's what's cool about Chris and I is we walk the walk and we talk it too.
I'm so glad you do. And those statistics that you just mentioned really hurt my heart, right? I thought about the saying that watch out for your strong friends. It takes a very strong person to do what you all do. So thank you all for your service. Sometimes we forget to check on them. Sometimes we forget to ask about them and provide these different services. But I'm so glad that you are doing it, especially in a day and time like this. So what are some of those cases that you've seen thus far that just kind of, oh my gosh, this is the worst?
Talk about your shooting.
Like as far as what we've dealt with and seen personally, kind of like, so I'll tell you, I thought I was pretty strong. You know, being a man, we're not supposed to show our emotions. I was raised, you don't show your emotions. If you know, my dad, if you want to cry, I'll give you something to cry about. You know, that's the way I was raised. You know, if it ain't sticking out your skin, you ain't hurt. And so I lived my life, and you know, as law enforcement, I mean, the countless deaths that we see, the suicides, the hangings, the self-inflicted shootings, the car accidents, everything. I thought I was strong and I handled it all. My turning point was I was the SRO at Marysville-Pilchuck High School in 2014 when I had a school shooting. One of my students stood up and executed 4 of his classmates and then himself. And as I run into the cafeteria where it happened, and when you as a human being sit there and you look at, you know, 5 and 6 injured with head wounds laying on the floor of freshman kids, you know, at the time it was like a movie to me, you know, because I was just doing my job. But it wasn't until afterwards that really pushed me over the edge, and that's what set me in motion to teach me that, you know what, Chris, you have to heal yourself, because now people start to tell me, hey, you're acting different, Chris. You're not answering my calls, Chris. You're not doing this. You're not doing that. And I didn't notice it. And so for me, that was my turning point. That was my boiling point. You know, they say we have so much in a bowl, we can hold so much, and then it just starts overflowing. And that was where I started to overflow.
Just because that's a lot.
That's heavy. That's heavy. And that's what our first responders are seeing and dealing with. Maybe not a school shooting, but trauma over and over again every day. And for a lot of first responders, we like to help everybody else out but ourselves. And really, we need to take the time to take care of ourselves as well. And your mental health, you got to stay strong. You got to be there. You got to be that leader. That's part of being a leader. It's not being weak. Seeking help and treatment is a sign of strength. And that's the message we're trying to say. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Hello, right? And that's what we have to get out there. It's okay. Chris and I are still in treatment to this day. That's why our company that we have is Brothers in Healing. The healing never stops. You have to work every day, right? And so you want to get to that next level in life. I'm telling you, now my counselor, I look at her as a life coach. At first I thought, how is this person going to help me? What am I going to learn? I just didn't know. I didn't know how my brain worked. I didn't know that most responders have an overactive amygdala that's overfiring. It's called kindled brain. It's firing at a rate 300 to 500% higher than the average civilian. So their set of lenses, all they see is trauma, possible assaults that occurred, maybe someone that wants to attack them on a regular basis. I fell into that trap as well. And you start living life like that, it changes your perception of the world. And pretty soon you start withdrawing inside. You stop doing the things that you once did: hiking, fishing, hunting, camping, hanging out with friends. You start withdrawing and become isolated because you're not feeling good inside. And that's a red flag. So if there's anybody out there that's listening right now and you say, well, how do I know if I'm being affected? That's one of the cues. If you stop doing the things you once loved to do and you just don't feel like getting out of bed, chances are you're hurting inside and it's time to heal. Yeah.
Wow. Amazing. Wow. Those signs. You provide services as well. You talk about the organization, but what services do you actually provide for your clientele, your people that you help?
So the first thing you want
No, go ahead. Yeah.
The first thing we do is we open up about our own trauma and trials and tribulations and the things that we tried to do first to try to heal ourselves, so we could be transparent, so you can learn from our mistakes. Because why reinvent the wheel? Just learn from us. We've tried everything else other than what actually worked. I've tested everything. I even went to a hypnotherapist. I said, "Can't you just hypnotize me and bring me out of this?" Yeah, I've tried the cheat codes. I've tried the quick fixes. It doesn't work. I've tried to numb it with alcohol. Doesn't work. You still wake up with the same things. You might feel good at that time, but it doesn't cure anything. I still tried it. I'm gonna be transparent about it, right? So what we do now is our main focus is we provide financial scholarships and assistance for those who actually want to seek treatment for PTSD. I think last year we helped about 17 first responders. We got them into that treatment facility. It's an inpatient treatment facility. It's intense. It's 35 days. It's the equivalent of getting 3.5 years of therapy in 35 days. So if you want to heal, that's the candidate for us. We will go all in for you. We'll help pay your medical bills. We'll give your family money, financial assistance if they need it, because counseling and this treatment facility place to get help is not cheap. You want a good place, it's expensive. I think it's $30,000 for
a visit. Yeah, for the 3 months.
It's a lot. Yeah. Okay, so we pick up the tab, like maybe insurance doesn't cover up the rest. Like I think we wired money $4,000 and another $3,000 or something to two different candidates. That was the maximum they could afford. They couldn't afford the other couple grand. No problem. We got you covered. We wired the money. We got an email from that treatment facility place near Hall that works with us. We like them because they're transparent and we went through it ourselves, so we know it works. Okay. We had them wired the money within 48 minutes. Yeah. We just got off the airplane. They said, "Hey, we got 2 people who need help." No problem. We went to the bank, got the wire money, 48 minutes, no problem, because they've already vetted them. We know that first responder, that person. It doesn't have to be a first responder, by the way. We'll help anybody. Evil doesn't pick skin color. Evil does not pick job preference. Evil is just evil. Hurting and pain has no boundaries. Let's be real, right? So we really don't care. If you want the help, we will get you in there and try to get you the help and you know what? When you can give someone peace and let them actually enjoy life and see how beautiful this world is, that is such a gift.
Yeah.
It really is.
It's like I'm getting goosebumps right now when we talk about it, because there's no bigger joy than to be able to help another fellow human being who is struggling, needs help, and we're able to take that little burden off of them. And so it's amazing.
You want to know what else is cool about our foundation? We don't pay ourselves. Everything that we make goes back into helping everybody that we can. And at the end of the year, like Chris and I have this motto: if there's money left in our nonprofit account, then we haven't helped enough people. Period. That's the way we look at it. Yeah, plain and simple. We're one of the few nonprofits that's actually a nonprofit.
Gotcha. Oh, wow. That's a mouthful. That is a mouthful in itself. That is a mouthful in itself. You said that you're helping people and you're bringing peace to people as well. Peace is something that you can't pay for. And that's what you're giving to people. You're giving them peace on earth, which is amazing. Everyone should want peace. Everyone should want peace. So in the Think Fam that's watching right now, how can we learn more about your organization and how can we donate?
We can, so our website, it's brothersinhealing.com. You go right on there. We have different links for all those, for how you can donate. It says donate there. We also do fundraisers. In fact, we're doing our 3rd annual golf fundraiser in Salt Lake City, Utah, or Draper, Utah. And that's coming up in the August 25th. And we're looking for sponsors for that. It's got the different levels that people can donate. We're looking for golfing teams to come and do it. And it's just a great time. We like to go out and speak. And our first thing was like, we're going to raise money going out and speaking, because we love to speak. We love to share our stories to show other people. But now we pretty much do our speaking pro bono because we know how important it is for that. And so we do these other ways to raise money. And so, through the website, and that's the best way to donate to us.
I love it. I love it. You heard it here, Think Fam. Jeremy and Chris, they're doing amazing work. Brothers in Healing. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you so much for having us. It was a pleasure.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Back in a moment, Think Fam.
name is Valentine, and you may know me from 90 Day Fiance Love in Paradise. Hey, you guys, and I am here with Michael Finkley, and we are having the greatest conversation, so stay tuned. Peace.
Welcome to Father to Father.
The mission of Father to Father Charleston, South Carolina is to help fathers in the Low Country area of South Carolina to be a positive and consistent presence in their children's lives. Father to Father provides community-based programs and support groups for fathers free of charge. They also help fathers connect to other resources they need so they can meet their responsibilities and secure their parental rights. Father to Father offers job coaching and employment connections that benefit fathers. Father to Father is a resource for local organizations that want to provide family support and father-friendly services. If this program is a fit for you, visit our location in North Charleston, South Carolina, and meet our friendly staff here to help and assist. Or visit our website at fathertofatherinc.org.
Guys, so I'm in the store right now, and I'm just looking around, and I'm seeing everybody and seeing all these different people, and I just noticed that we all different and we all unique in our own ways, and you got to embrace your uniqueness and your differences, because we all not the same. We all have different things that we like about us. So when you start to embrace that, then you will see what you really like about yourself. But first you have to really enjoy yourself, work on yourself, and be in love with yourself first before you do anything else. And once you enjoy yourself, then you would like to love someone else. It's all about that. So work on yourself as much as you can. Enjoy yourself. Learn about yourself. Spend time with yourself. And really see what it is that you like about you. And as long as you do that, it's endless for you on where your mind can go and where you can go. And you can also learn new things about you, new strengths, new talents that you didn't know you had. So as long as you do this, you will always be able to keep up what you have going. Never give up on yourself. Always work towards yourself. Always keep learning about yourself, and sit down and have conversations with yourself. For me, I had to do this for myself. If you want to grow, you got to be able to sit with yourself and say, hey, how I'm feeling about this? How do I feel about this within myself? What do I like about myself? What I don't like, what I need to work on? Do I feel like this is a weakness for me? Do I feel like this is a great strength that I want to increase on? Stay with yourself before anything else. In relationships, love yourself before you love anybody else. Do anything with yourself before you do with anybody else, because you have to put you first. As long as you put in you first, then you will learn how to start being selfless. It's a saying that I always say. First, you have to be selfish to be selfless. So remember that if you want to be selfless, first you have to be selfless with yourself always.
Hey everyone, it's Jasper Cole, one of Hollywood's bad guys, and you are watching The Incredible, The Michael Finkley Show.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost-effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
On the next Michael Finkley.
Eric's back. Think Fam, Eric Escobar is back as he talks with us about what he's been up to. And Christian artist Zeal is with us to talk about her single, Can't Give Up Now. Next, Finkley. Everybody, welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. I hope that you're encouraged by these individuals. Chris, Jeremy, thank you so much for telling your story and your words and the organization that you all founded together. You're doing amazing work. If you want to donate, their information, their website is across the screen now. So please, please, please donate, learn more about it, reach out to them, because we know someone that is suffering from these various things that they assist with. So please reach out and we'll just learn more and ask questions. If we don't know, we don't ask, right? We can't grow if we don't know. So thank you again, Chris and Jeremy. We appreciate you. If you haven't already, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, The Michael Finkley Show. When they go notification, we'll see an email saying, hey, new content's uploaded. Please listen to us on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And for more information about what we do, visit our website, michaelfinkleyshow.com. Again, we're on U42 and also on Roku TV. Bing Fam, thank you so much for watching us. And guess what? We'll see you next time. Have a good
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the show. I know you've been missing me. Yes, the Tina Ramsey Show is back, and we are back with another amazing special guest. Yes, his name is Basil Limba, and he is a business owner with a passion. Hear this, people, with a passion for helping entrepreneurs master the art of networking. Now, some of you think you know how to network. I know you think you do. But until you meet Basil, then he's going to teach you something else. He even impressed me. So without further ado, you know it's not time for Netflix and chill. It's time for the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, and we will be back in a moment with our amazing featured guest, Basil Limba. See you in a moment. You like our new song? We know you feel it. So we're going to make you feel good, feel positive, and also continuously bring on some amazing entrepreneurs, because you know the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast is all about motivating you, sharing knowledge, having upbuilding conversations centered around business, wellness, and life. We introduce you to standout entrepreneurs, influencers from all over the world that are here to make a positive impact in the world. And Basil Limba fits the bill to a T. He is not only, well, I was put like to here, he's international. How so? He's from Cameroon, West Africa. You know, I have people over there. I didn't tell him that, but yes, I do. And he is so amazing because he actually studied abroad and within the United States. Currently now he's living within the United States, helping us get our businesses together in regards to how to network properly and how to use networking in the right way in order to not only position yourself, but elevate others. And so that is why I love what he do. And when you hear his story, when you learn about his business, you'll understand why he comes so highly recommended. So without further ado, let's bring on our featured guest, Brazil Limba. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
I know I am animated, so come on with it. Bring
Keep it up. Keep it up, Tina.
Yes, you are amazing. Go ahead and laugh. I don't care because when the thing is this, Brazil, so many of us are entrepreneurs. Mm-hmm. And I noticed this a while back, but I didn't know how to master the art of networking in a way that I could teach it. I just live it, right? It's something that comes natural to me. Right. However, it's not natural to everyone else. And when I saw what you were doing, I was like, this is different. Oh, someone, hey, all right, we have some people coming in. Hello, I want to tell you hello. She's talking about, she back? Yeah, I'm back. All right, so let's go ahead and get, because this is live, so you know we're going to get some people and I engage with them. So first of all, let's go ahead and jump into this interview. How did you start getting into networking?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for having me for your show. I mean, it's very animated. You are correct, and keep it that way. So as you mentioned, I'm originally from Cameroon, Western Africa. I left when I was 14. I went to France, lived there for 10 years, became an architect, and then moved to the US. And started in Florida. Then I arrived in Virginia, and then I started then a small business. Mm-hmm. And that's what I hit head on with networking. Then I was like, what do I do now? And I was going to those events. I was coming out. I was not very happy. And I went to one. I spent a lot of money. I was hoping to come up with 30 to 40 contacts. I wound up with 3. So,
ooh, only 3? Ooh.
Yeah, only 3 after I paid $150 20 years ago, mind you. So then I realized there was something. Then I surveyed business people. I took what they wanted and created a breakfast event. Mm-hmm. So it became popular. And I was putting people together, talking to one another. And then I realized at one point, one of them did not know what to do. And I said, oh my God, they don't know how to network. I was assuming just like you that everybody knows.
Yeah.
Would see networking event all over the place. You see event, you say, what do you know? But I told you where I'm coming from, so you understand that coming from there, I could never have think or thought that they didn't know. Because you say, well, I'm not from here. I don't know. So they must know.
Well, you see, we didn't.
Literally, when that happened, I did survey business. When we run into somebody did not know, I was shocked and surprised. In fact, I survey people. I asked them, do you drive a car? They say, oh, yes. How do you learn how to drive? They say, oh, number 1, I went to driving school. Mm-hmm. Number 2, somebody taught me. Mm-hmm. Number 3, all of the above. Very good. The next question was, do you network or attempt to network? The answer, oh, yes, of course. What kind of question is that? Of course I network. How do you learn how to network? The answer was, number 1, I just walked into the room. Mm-hmm. Number 2, somebody pushed me into the room. And that's when I realized that, oh my God, they may not have been taught really. That's what I started putting together, the networking know-how that now has become codified and we're passing on to other people.
That's amazing because like you, I felt that networking was something that came natural because I'm a people person by nature. And so it's not hard for me. I may get a little nervous when I walk into a room that's filled with thousands of people, but once I speak to the first person, I'm done. Like I can work the room. Right. But that is not a norm for everyone. And you automatically think if someone has a business, they're an entrepreneur, that they're used to networking. But what we are used to and what we do get training in all the time is selling.
Right.
We don't get training on how to network. So training people and networking are two different things. And
Absolutely.
so that is why I wanted Bazil to come on today, so that we can see what the difference is. And so what we're going to do, we're going to take a small commercial break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about the difference between sales on this hand and networking.
Right.
And 9 times out of 10, most Americans and most entrepreneurs, you think you're networking, but you're really doing a pitch. You're doing a sale, and you wonder why your client base or even your collaborations are not growing. So we'll be back in a moment, and we're going to speak about sales versus networking.
Listen up, everybody. I am so excited. I just finished a course and got certified on how to start a podcast and monetize it. Thanks to my amazing instructor, Tina Ramsey. My heart right now is overwhelmed. My dreams have been fulfilled. And if you are looking to take your company to the next level, then choose the best. Tina Ramsey, owner of the CTR Network. You don't want to sleep on this. If you want to invest in yourself, start today so you can monetize your business and get what you deserve. God bless you. Don't sleep. Get it done.
And thank you so much. That's amazing, Dr. Connie Green. She also has her own podcast called Wisdom Tips. She's actually on right now. Make sure to check her out on CTR Media Network. Look for Dr. Connie. Click that logo and listen in to all her amazing wisdom tips to help you live a better life. Now let's bring back on Bazil, because before the commercial break, we were discussing sales versus networking, and he's the expert in networking, and most of us, we could say we are probably expert in what not to do in networking. So let's talk about the difference between sales and networking. So explain it to the audience. I don't think we really get it.
Very good. Yeah, we put together networking. It's simply as this. I mentioned driving a car. How do we drive a car? We do 3 things. 1, ignition key. 2, shifting the gears. And 3, pedal to the metal. That's what we do all the time. And every single time we do that, we get where we want to go. What we worked out is how can you do a 1, 2, 3 and get a client and make the money. So we figured it out. So the 1, 2, 3 is 1, networking, 2, promotion, and 3, sales. Sale is the 3rd step. Okay. The survey was done at the Chamber of Commerce. It was a networking event. And people were asked, who's here to sell something? All the hands went up. Who's here to buy something? All the hands went down. So basically what was going on there, don't sell me, I sell you. Don't sell me, I sell you. We say, if you have been in business more than 24 hours, you have surely heard this phrase called the elevator speech.
Yeah, elevator.
Where you tell people what you do and whatever. We see that is promotion. And then you can see that everything that has been going on under the name of quote-unquote networking has been either sales, covertly or overtly, or promotion. We never really graduated to networking.
That's true.
So then in putting together, we discovered that the purpose of networking is to create acceptance. So it goes like this. You create acceptance first, at which point in time the person is ready and willing to listen to you. Now you can deliver your elevator speech or tell them what you do, and then tell them how much it costs. Now, you don't even have to pressure them into buying, truly, because the name of the game is, we say the person in front of you is the tree, behind him there is a forest. You want them to take you to the forest where you have many more sales. So you create acceptance. They may or may not buy, no biggie, but they are now willing to introduce you to people who are going to buy your service.
I love it. Okay, so just like we drive a car, we do those same 3 steps over and over. Those are the same 3 steps that we do in regards to having a business, in regards to networking. And normally what we do first, which is step number 3, which you just said, is sales. We usually put the sales number 1, and then we may do the other 2, but we go to we go to sales first. So one thing that I heard that you said that I thought was golden was that you said first we need to create acceptance first. And so basically that's just developing rapport. What do you have in common? What do you like? Getting to know the person authentically. And another point that I heard that I didn't want anyone to kind of not listen to is the fact that we actually have to make sure that we don't have to focus on that one person. The person that you're initiating the conversation with, you don't have to make a sale out of them. The goal, because that's the short sale. You want the long sale. So who do that person know that you can build rapport with that can actually help them and yourself both grow by you sharing your network and they sharing their network. Now, people, he has this class. He just gave y'all some golden tips. Now, this is just a little smaller smidgen of what the course is. So if you're a business owner and you're looking, because this is the time of year business owners are looking to buy courses and things of that nature, because just like children may be getting ready, they get ready to go to summer break, but they're going to go back to school. We're looking for things so that we can build our knowledge. So Brazil, this is great. Oh, let me say something. Hey, we have some people say, yeah, great solutions to business problems. Yes. Hello, Thomas from Potter's Computer System. He said, this is amazing. And I'm going to pop up Vanessa one more time. She actually has an amazing organization called Hush No More, where she is helping victims from all over the world on hush topics, empowering you. She has an amazing show as well. Oh, we have Shayna Asby in the building. She said she loved this. She is also a host of the Mother's Place, the place where all of us can come share, talk, and grow into motherhood, into life, and into business. So thank all of you for popping on today, because y'all have your own shows. Y'all didn't have to come over here. All right, so Bazil, let's get back to it. So you just basically walked us through the purpose of networking. So what are the two, what would you say are the 2 cardinal rules of networking?
Well, the two cardinal rules in networking now is a science based on what we put together. And each science has its axioms or principles based on. Networking science has 2 simple axioms. 1, be interested. 2, always put your personal interest last.
Love it. Love it. Be interested and put yourself last. That is powerful, because when you think about others and put them first, by default, you're going to always win. By default, you're going to always win. And he said, put his contact information up again. All right, Thomas, I'm going to show you, I'll make sure you get all the information so you can connect with Brazil. He has an amazing course that he actually has about how to network properly. And I feel that all business owners, should be an investment that you invest in yourself. I mean, I have to invest in things myself in order to grow. And once you master the art of networking, there isn't any room that you cannot take over in a positive way to make an impact. And it's a skill. It's a skill. And we're not born, most people are not born with this skill, so thank you, Brazil, for doing this in regards to not keeping it to yourself. Because you could have kept this science and everything to yourself. But what we're going to do right now, we're going to take another commercial break, and we're going to come back and we're going to talk more about networking. We're going to talk about sales, and we're also going to talk about, or I should say, discuss about his upcoming class. What's going on? You want to be a part of it? Well, you better come back after these commercial breaks. And so we'll be back in a moment.
Yo, right now I want to give a huge shout out to Tina Ramsey and the Tina Ramsey Show. I was a guest on her show about 3 months ago, and the response was outstanding. And she continued to support my brand, continued to support everything that I do as an actor, as a singer, and as an author. My book sales have skyrocketed since I did her show. So I just wanted to give a shout out and a huge thank you to Tina Ramsey. And remember to hit Amazon and type in "this week" and get the book by Mike Wells that will inspire you, that will encourage you to have the best weeks of your life. Tina Ramsey, you're the truth.
Hello, my name is Steve Poznansky. I'm the CEO of IntelliCard USA. My company designs and creates digital marketing tools to help you reach people easier, faster, better, and safer. I'm coming to you tonight because I wanted to let you know that if you're looking to brand and market yourself, then there's no better place to do it than on the Tina Ramsey Show. So take my advice, reach out to Tina, get on her show, and watch your brand grow.
And just like that, we are back. I hope you enjoyed those commercials, and make sure to check out all of those business owners. We have a little bit of everybody that comes on our show. We are grateful and thankful to share and honored to share their stories with all of you. But make sure that you check them out individually, because they have a plethora of different resources that are available in order to impact your life. And if we impact your life, you can impact other people's lives. On that note, we have backstage our amazing featured guest, which is Bazil Limba, and he is teaching us how to master the art of networking. So you think you know how to network? I don't think you do. Let's bring on the expert, Bazil Limba. Welcome back. So tell us about the 2 cardinal rules, and we have to put ourselves last. And you explain to us how, I like how you made the illustration of driving a car, because that's something that we're all familiar with. Even if you don't drive a car, you don't have a driving license, but you watch your mother or your father because you live for that day that you can get your driving license. And so you watch those steps, okay? So everyone, whether they're a child or an adult, we know about driving, right? And so for you to make that comparison, to break it down for us, I thought that was amazing. So I want you to tell us a little bit about your class that is actually coming up next month and how they can prepare for it. Along with, we're just gonna have some more conversation, but I really want them, because I have someone, a guest, not a guest, but someone in this in our virtual studio audience. Thomas Aaron said, "Talk to me." He want to know that information. So I have to give the people what they want. So let's go ahead. We're gonna skip over some stuff. Just tell them where they can get your course, okay?
All right, very good. Absolutely. Yeah, we broke it down. I talked about networking, promotion, and sales. We broke it down really in 5 simple steps. I mentioned it's a science, but that I mean that, as Tina said, it is a skill. It is a skill that anyone, repeat, anyone can learn. All right. Just like practically anyone can drive a car, that will our standard really in pushing the technology so anyone can network. So we break it down in 5 simple skills. 1, the correct mindset. Remember when I say the Chamber of Commerce, people say, they ask who's here to sell, they raise their hand. Well, guess what? They say your actions speak louder than your words. If your mindset is about to sell them, they pick it up. You're not putting your personal interest last. So the correct mindset first. The second thing we teach you is how to define your ideal client. Each and every business has their own ideal client. Even big companies. In my class, I give you examples, specific example of big companies who have their ideal client and they go after them. It is mathematical. If out of 10 people, only 1 is your ideal client, you tend to make 10% of the revenue. If out of 10 people, 9 are your ideal client, you tend to make 90% of the revenues. So you do want to define your ideal client. And we show you how to define them and where to find them exactly, precisely by name. Not the woman went to the mountain and came back after 6 o'clock. No, 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 no. Name and address. Okay. So that's called an avatar, by the way. That's not what we're talking about. The third step is how to talk to them. Because you could be presented with the ideal client, but if you don't speak to them properly, you may turn them off. Right? So we teach you the skill of talking to them properly. Now, when you talk to your customer, they don't necessarily hand you the credit card right away, right?
No.
So then you need to learn how to follow up. So the fourth skill we teach you is following up. Follow up is an art and a science, both. 97% of the business people will openly admit that they have challenge with follow up. And unfortunately, unless they come and take our course, I am concerned because this statistic will never change.
Yeah.
All right. So we teach them that. And the last one is closing. I have good news for you. The last one, closing, is the easiest of them all. When I say that, people go, "Oh my God, they start putting out of mouth." But for this reason, once you have done the prior steps, they look at you as a consultant. They say, "Tina, which one do you want me to do? Or where would you advise me to go? Which program do you think is best for me?" You no longer have that World War III or that dragging them across the finish line. They are on your side. They are looking up to you. So again, the correct mindset, defining your ideal client, talking to them properly, following up properly, and closing.
I hope you guys are taking notes. And these little bit of notes going to lead you right on into that course so you can get further explanation. And you're right, because I'm gonna piggyback off of what you said. I know that what I have been focusing on is always the follow-up. Especially when you have a lot of people reaching out to your small business all at one time, it just explodes and you're like, woohoo, I gotta hire some people so we can do this follow-up properly. But a lot of people, even if they do follow up, they don't know how to communicate properly once they get there. They have the person there, they're anticipating what you're gonna say, and then they're fumbling and scumbling and don't know what to do, and then they lost their attention. And so and therefore they're not gonna ever get to the close, because you need to know, and that'll take you to the step 2, what you're gonna teach them, which is their ideas, making sure that they understand clearly what they're doing and being able to express it or explain it to a person that have no idea what they do. Many of us can do what we do, and we do it very well, but we can't articulate what it is that we do and how it's going to benefit the next person. We know what we have is beneficial, but we don't know how to articulate it. And so that's what I love about what you're doing. You're taking those, because it's really an art. It's a skill that you have to build. It's almost like a muscle. For if you're building, you're working hard to build a muscle in your arm or wherever you want to do, if you're exercising, it's a skill. You got to constantly work on it, right? And so once business owners, we understand that we need this type of training as well. Many of us, I am a certified coach in multiple different areas. We see the need to do that, but this is exceptionally important, because once you get to this point, you need to be able to convey it. You need to be able to know how to do it. You need to be able to articulate it properly so that you can tell them how you're going to benefit, how you're going to solve whatever issue that they have. So we already talked about networking and sales. We already talked about the great analogy of the car, and you broke down the 5 steps in which they are actually going to receive once they take your course. Now what we need to do. And thank you everyone for all the comments, all the hearts, the thumbs up, the emoji. I see you. I just want to tell you, I see you. Thank you so much. And I'm so happy that you're enjoying our featured guest today. So let me just show them. For those of you who are going to be listening in later on the podcast, you can also see the video by going to CTRMediaNetwork.com, because I'm getting ready to show the screen. And of course, if you're listening in, you can't see it. So no worries, you can go on over to CTRMediaNetwork.com and you'll be able to see what I'm actually showing our social media audience, or our TV viewing audience. So this is Bazille's website. It's very distinct with his B and his L, and it's business connections made simple. And he pretty much is giving you the roadmap. You can see some of his past events, what are actually coming up, how you can register. Of course, that's Bazille right there. You can watch this video to get more acquainted with him and his brand. And if you want to know the website, which I know that you do, his website is blnetworking.net. That's right. blnetworking.net. So make sure to go check him out over there. So Bazille, is there anything else you would like to share or tell our viewing audience, because we enjoyed having you on today?
Well, my pleasure. It's a pleasure. It's Lord knows, 30 years in the making, this whole science. Yeah. And 30 plus actually is there. What I do want is for people to take advantage of it. Really, that's what I'm happy to be on this show, and thank you very much for inviting me. The work is useless unless it is used by people.
Yes.
Okay. All the work that I've done, all that wouldn't be of anything if you guys do not take advantage of it. Now, I do want to let you know the IRS report, decade after decade, that only 6% of the business in the United States make a six-figure. Think about it. Each decade after decade. The reason it does not change is because they don't have this knowledge we're discussing today.
Yes, I agree, because you only can go so far with the current knowledge that you have. And even if you're doing okay, you're not going to do great until you have the tools needed to take you to the next level. Just like we outgrow our clothing sometime. When we grow up, we change from a child to an adolescent. Well, we grow out of the knowledge that we have built up as business owners. The information that was valid for us 10 years ago, clearly we have to upgrade it. But one thing that I find that stands true, networking and the art of networking, the heartbeat of humanity, the art of communication, that's something that stays the same. It's resolute. And like everything else around us change all the time. But human connection, the ability to connect authentically, that's something that remains the same. You just get better and better on it.
I'm glad you said that, because with the pandemic, people always say, "Whoa, networking has changed." It hasn't. I've been doing this for 20 years. The same rules: be interested, always putting your personal interest last. These are the cardinal rules that has reversed since God was a boy. They ain't about to change.
That's true.
They'll never change. The other thing I want to add, we're talking business today, and one of the quotes that I put in my book and materials is this: the quality of your life is proportionate to the quality of your networking. If you network well, literally, you can change your family, social. When I first wrote the first people was harassing me to write a book on networking. I finally did. And I asked myself, how do I know that this works? So I brought in some business people. So I went over the materials with them. I wanted to know what if they're getting something out of it. At the end, I asked them for their feedback. And they was all writing, "This is life changing. This is changing my life." And wait a minute. I'm not trying to change your life. I'm trying to teach you how to get business. But when then I understood the materials I put in front of them, while I was looking through the lens of businesses, they were seeing how this could change their life 180 degrees. So we're talking businesses, but networking even far more important in the rest of your life.
Yeah. It really is.
Mention that.
I 100% agree with you because, like I said, and like you just said, it's the art of communication, the humanity of it. Networking has not changed. Maybe the venue and the way that we are doing it changed through the pandemic, but the art of it, the foundational pieces, the structure of it, the one that works, like Basil was talking about, it has not changed. Even if you're in a Zoom room, people can feel when you are authentically you and when you authentically care, even if you are behind a camera. Even if they're in California and I'm over here in South Carolina, they can feel it. It's something about human nature that we know. All right. And so once you develop this skill and this art and know how to do it properly, like he said, ones who do know how to do it properly, they see that not only their business life improve, but their life improve because you know how to engage and interact with ones around you in a productive, positive way. You know how to adjust when needed. And so it's a skill that everyone really needs to know, whether you're a business owner or not, especially in a world like we're living in today where everyone is so quick to get angry. Everyone's so quick to be, so how can we do this in a positive way? So I really appreciate you coming by the show, giving us some of your time and teaching us about the difference between sales and networking, also sharing your amazing course in which you were doing. This is something that you can do during the summer. And for those of you who did not hear that website, it's blnetworking.net. That's NET.net. Okay. Go ahead and check it out today. Check out his website. Go through, peruse, do some window shopping. Peruse over there. And I hope that you stop by. And when you do, let me know that you stopped by, and we'll give you a shout out on the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast. That you learning the art of networking with Basil. Basil, thank you so much for coming. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and you broke it down. 5 steps, 2 steps. Everybody got the steps, okay, today. And thank you for everyone that's actually tuned in with us on today. We appreciate you. We see you, and thank you for coming back. You guys said you was waiting for us, and I see you was waiting. Because all of you came in, you came through today. So everybody tune in next week. Next Thursday at 7:30 p.m. EST, we have another international guest that's going to be coming on the show to help you get your health together. Okay, Basil is helping us get our life, social skills up, and also our business skills. Well, this person is going to actually help us get our health together. We got to do business, wellness, and life. We need all of that. So Shayna, she said great steps. So thank you for that. On that note, we want all of you to know that we keep you in our heart. We keep you in our prayers all the time. And we really thoroughly appreciate everything that you all do in regards to supporting the show. And I'm not going to get emotional, but thank you for everything that you all do. I appreciate you. Just don't know how much I appreciate all of you. And thank you to all of our team that keeps all of this going, because Lord knows I can't do it by myself. With all that being said, you guys have a great, amazing day. Make sure to like, follow, and subscribe. And we'll see you next Thursday at 7:30 p.m. EST with another amazing special guest. Bye, Basil.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine. A magazine embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on Amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today. Thank you for watching. Make sure to like, follow, and subscribe on YouTube. And if you would like to join our podcast network, which is for everyday people doing extraordinary things, go to CTRMediaNetwork.com to join our network today, and also listen to all the amazing podcasters that we currently have on our network. See you there. CTR Media Network presents The Tina Ramsey Show, where you will meet our featured guest, Minimum Muhammad, where she will discuss pain, purpose, and survival. Are you ready? On our 5-star rated show. Our show is currently accepting donations to sustain future episodes. We can hardly wait to see you this Thursday at 7:30 p.m. EST on The Tina Ramsey Show. See you there. Welcome to The Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, a show to motivate you and introduce you to celebrities, authors, singers, coaches, and standout entrepreneurs that are making a positive impact in the world. Men and women coming together to share knowledge, having upbuilding conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We connect you with some amazing people and opportunities. It's your time to shine, and we help you do that. We love sharing your stories of success and spotlighting you, the entrepreneur. We love to laugh. We love to smile. We love to celebrate you, and we love having fun. So go grab a seat, get a snack, and don't forget your beverage. It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow. Yes, it's time for the Tina Ramsey Show. Let's get started with your host, Dr. Tina J. Ramsey. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast. I am so happy to be here with you today because I come along with a friend, a fellow podcaster, a woman who is in broadcasting, and she does so many amazing things. She has an impressive resume. She is like an author. She's a host. She sings. I mean, what this woman doesn't do, okay? So I am going to just keep everything going because I am just so like, when you meet her and you see her drive and everything that she's doing, you're going to know why she's such an amazing person. So without further ado, let's bring on Minimum Muhammad. How are you doing? Or Queen Thunder?
How you doing?
I am amazing. So First of all, thank you for coming on, stopping by the show today, because you are a busy woman. So thank you.
You.
And let me just give a shout out to all the people that we have on right now on IG. I know this is something new for you guys. Yes, we're having some fun. So giving you some little waves over there on IG, everyone on Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube. Thank you. Thank you so much for tuning in. We see you. We appreciate you. Make sure to like, follow, share, and subscribe. So, Queen Candy, like I said before, you do so many amazing things, but I want to know, which I'm curious about, because your name is Minimum Muhammad, but you name your show something different. So how did you come up with the name for your podcast?
Well, we came up with the name of our podcast because, honestly, of our upbringing. We have been through a lot as a little girl, going to a teenager and to adulthood, and been through a lot that was supposed to kill us and destroy us. So in the process of that, dealing with people in the past, thought that we were going to fall down and be weak and strong and not really realize our power and how strong we really were. So through all that, and it's crazy because we really realize what the true definition of a queen is. And now more than ever, we really have an understanding of that. The queen part, that's where that comes from. Candy is a nickname that we've had since we were a little girl. Our mom gave us a nickname. Don't remember how she gave it to us. She told us and we forgot. But basically Candy is a nickname we had since we were a little girl. So that's where the show comes from.
Okay. So I love it. So based upon what you had to personally endure, you name yourself queen. So that is a term of power, empowerment, endearment. But then you also pull your childhood nickname. And you're right, our parents, I think I have about 5 or 6 different nicknames depending upon what mood my parents in at the time when they call me. Like I'm like, whoop, 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 whoop. I have so many different nicknames. Yes, but it's just one each for each parent. That is, I know it's just endearing, and they the only one that call me that. And I will not say it online because I know everybody's mama start calling me that, and that's just for my mom and dad.
Okay.
But so I love how you put both together, Queen Candy. So that was interesting how that name came about. But when I listen to your show, you have a very commanding but yet calming voice. And I noticed that you are always talking about things to uplift, to empower personal experiences. And you're very transparent on various things that you personally went through in your life. So what messages are you hoping to send out there when you're doing your show?
We'll put it this way. Make the long story short, we've been through child abuse, foster care, domestic violence, homeless, shelters, very bad relationships. And we started writing at the age of 16. And it transitioned over to doing poetry. And eventually radio, now podcast. And throughout all that, we say that to say we just took our personal story and we just let everybody know we just as real as y'all are. We don't think of ourselves as being better than anybody else because we made mistakes and been stupid and made bad choices, so bad. But the one thing besides teaching Islam, which is also what we do on the show, is just let especially Black women know, you're not a copy, you're an original. You don't have to be like everybody else. You don't have to be who they want you to be. You're not weak. You're not. This whole entire world will have you thinking that because that's how it's been designed and set up. And through everything that we've gone through, that's what we hope to lead, be an example, and of course by action. And just we can do it. y'all can do it. So that's one of the things we hope to do with our show.
Well, you're not trying, honey. You doing that thing, okay? Because if you watch her or follow her on social media, they are very consistent. They always pouring in life with what they do with their podcast. And I love the fact that you and your husband do some things together. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But first of all, I want to give a shout out to our virtual audience. I see you, Facebook. How y'all doing? We have Facebook saying, watching live from Kentucky. Welcome, Kentucky.
Hello.
And we have another Facebook user that's saying, hi, Tina. Hello, hello. And we also have some IG people that I'm looking at right now. Woo, let's see. Simplicity, Brenda. Oh, man, it's a lot of y'all on the IG. Okay.
Good.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for sharing, like, following, and also comment, engaging. So what we're going to do, Queen Candy, we're going to take a commercial break. And we're going to come back and we're going to talk a little bit more or discuss a little bit more about the things that you mentioned. We'll be back in a moment.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
Yo, right now I want to give a huge shout out to Tina Ramsey and the Tina Ramsey Show. I was a guest on her show about 3 months ago, and the response was outstanding. And she continued to support my brand, continued to support everything that I do as an actor, as a singer, and as an author. My book sales have skyrocketed since I did her show. So I just wanted to give a shout out and a huge thank you to Tina Ramsey. And remember to hit Amazon and type in "this week" and get the book by Mike Wells that will inspire you, that will encourage you to have the best weeks of your life. Tina Ramsey, you're the truth.
And just like that, we are back. And I come along with our special featured guest, which is Queen Candy. All right, Queen Candy. I'm so happy that you stayed along for a little while longer when we had this commercial break. All right. So before we went on the commercial break, you were sharing, being very transparent about some of the things that you had to go through in your life. You mentioned homelessness. You mentioned bad relationships. You also mentioned how you use and you started writing. Now, for those of you who have ever been in the room with Queen Candy, whether it's virtual or in person, you will feel her positivity. Now, I talked to you many, many times before, and I never knew that you went through that. So how can you remain so positive and uplifting when you had to go through those various challenges and struggles? Can you hear me? Uh-oh, I think we're having some issue. Queen Candy, can you hear me?
Oh, wow. That's a good one. Just
you just resilient, huh?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Uh-oh, we having some tech. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna wait for her to actually come back on, and when she's able to actually come back on screen, and I just want to tell you a little bit more while she get her camera. She is so positive. And I know personally for myself, I have been through and have went through a lot of different challenges and struggles myself. And many people ask me, how do I remain positive? For me, I'm going to be honest. Sometimes I'm not positive. It's something that I have to work on. But I realize how many blessings I have, and the fact that I went through it and I overcame it, and understanding that God, in my instance, God helped me get through that, and I have an amazing family. So when you go through challenges and struggles and things of that nature, remember that you're not the only one that has ever went through that personal situation. And I remember someone told me this. They told me that, Tina, remember, your problems, your situations may have happened to you, or your story may have happened to you, but your story is not for you. Your story is for the next person or persons that you're here on this earth to inspire, motivate, and help them go to the next level or go to the next place that they need to go to. And without them hearing your voice, it wouldn't allow them to be able to make that next step. In other words, everyone, all of us, can either choose to provide hope, inspiration, motivation for individuals, or we can choose not to. Well, I took the latter. I chose to be an inspiration to the best of my ability, just by being honest and transparent and sharing my story. And so, that's what I would say. Never be embarrassed of your past, and never be embarrassed of what you had to go through, because all of that is what made you, you. All of those things that you love about Dr. Tina Ramsey or Coach T. People call me various different things, but in order for me to be the woman that you see before you today, I had to go through those things that made me stronger. So just like with Queen Candy, let me tell you, she is really an amazing, amazing woman. So what I'm going to do right now is bring her back on, because she not only went through all of those challenges, but we're going to talk about something a little bit lighter. Her music. Did you know she do music too? We're going to bring her back on. Like, your girl.
Hey,
tell us about this music.
Apologies. We lost connection for a second, y'all. So that's our bad.
How this live TV, anything happen. We keep moving. That's what you do.
Okay.
You keep moving. So tell us about your music, because I heard some and I'm like, oh,
really?
So tell us about your spoken word and all that good stuff that led into writing that made you say, I want to be a singer too. So I'm gonna.
Oh wow, that goes back to when we were 16. We used to watch MTV all the time, and that's what made us want to get into music. But of course, we didn't know how to at the time. So flash forward to about 2018. That's when we worked on our first album, which is called Pain, Purpose, and Survival, and we have a book as well. So we wrote both of those. We got into spoken word, like we said a few minutes ago. We used to write in our diary, so we took that and turned it into poetry. So we used to do it without music, then put it with music. And basically, just like our show, our music is to tell our story, the mistakes we made, what we have been through, and empowerment, positivity, and we can't lie, no matter what it is that we do. Even when we first started, we just be honest in our music. So it's probably gonna seem like we're telling a lot about business, but we really not. The whole point is to let everybody know we've been either where you've been there or where you're about to go, so we know what it's like. And like we said, if we can get through all that and still do what we're doing now, that could be done too. So all of our music, we write ourselves. So nobody writes it for us, and we just start writing, and it comes out depending on what mood we're in. We mad, we seem like that's when we write our best music. We don't know why, but we trying to take that and turn it into positive now. So flash forward to now, with our husband, we run our record label called Military Camp Records, which he's been doing for like 20 years, and he brought us on as the co-CEO. So now we're doing spoken word, and it's going to be a little bit of rap coming. So we're going to be doing both. But either way, yeah, we do write all of our own music, and it just comes from a real place. So everything y'all hear is going to be either something we went through, or how stupid we was, or to empower. Everybody know we brand new, we back, and that's where it come from.
Well, let me tell you about this right here. All of the best songs that I can remember has always told a story. And when you go back to why that song was written, especially if the artist actually wrote the song, it was like, I was going through some things. When I wrote this, I was going through a couple things, and that birthed this song, or it birthed this rap, it birthed this book. So you're on the right path, you and your husband, on what you're doing, because the best art, the best music is the truth. It's the truth, because you're not faking it. It's like people say, fake it till you make it. I'm like, no. Be real.
That's what a lot of music is today. Everybody doing the same thing over and over. We don't even listen to a lot of what's out today, because everybody just doing it to make money now. They don't put the the realness behind it. No kind of emotion or nothing. Like they just it sounds the same. That's all we can say.
Well, you're 100% right. The Motown era, the good old 90s and early 2000s, where people had something to say, that's over with. Everything, to me, overall, not everything, but overall, mostly sound mechanical. It sounds very mechanical. It sounds very mechanical. With us growing up, those artists, they could really sing, okay? Get through some things. They just wasn't living in the suburbs talking about they come from the hood, and they from the suburbs. They never even saw the hood before. I'm like, how you gonna rap about something that you never experienced? I mean, really? Or sing? So I identify with what you're talking about, what you're speaking of, because it has to come from a pure place. And when I listen to your podcast and you are sharing, I love that you're sharing from a pure, and I can tell, because you can really tell when somebody being pure and being genuine, and that resonates with so many different people, because they're like, hey, I can identify. This realistic, Right. So Queen Candy, you're doing an amazing job. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to take a commercial break, and we'll be back in a moment. And we're going to talk a little bit, discuss a little bit about, because you were saying your book, you were saying about your music, you spoke more, and inquiring minds want to know, where can we find it? Because we want to support. Okay, so we'll be coming back after this commercial break.
Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
Hello there. My name is Tiffany Bell. I'm with Nonprofit CEO. Tina Ramsey had me on as a guest a couple of times this year with her show, and as a result, I have been able to recruit authors for book projects that I've been involved with, as well as speakers for my upcoming event in September. Tina is a certified VCM. She's all about helping individuals with their visibility, with their connections, and with their monetization. So that basically means she's going to help you get in front of the right people so that you can promote your service or promote your product. So again, if you've not had the opportunity to connect with Tina, she's really great at what she does. Again, my name is Tiffany Bell. I'm with Nonprofit CEO, and you are watching and listening to the Tina Ramsey Show. Thank you.
And just like that, we are back, and I'm happy to bring back to the stage our amazing special guest, which is Queen Candy. All right, before the commercial break, I was saying, like, where can we find some of this stuff, Queen? So let us know where we can find it.
Well, our book, Pain, Purpose, and Survival, is on Amazon, and we'll put the link on our page. All you gotta do is go to Amazon and type in Pain, Purpose, and Survival, and you're gonna see like a bluish looking cover. We didn't pick this cover just so y'all know. It's gonna look like somebody's running, and it's gonna say our old name on it, with Chica Drink Card. So you just type that in, and you can order the book. As far as our music, we have 4 songs on any streaming platform: Spotify, YouTube, iHeartRadio, any platform you can download, purchase. Apple Music. We have Selfish, National Anthem, Soul Survivor, and I Am. So those are the 4 we have available on any streaming platform. So that's as far as our music and our book.
Wow. So thank you so much for sharing all that. So basically, you guys, just like you can see her podcast everywhere, including radio, you can see her book on Amazon along with her music as well. So just make sure that the best way to make sure you stay connected with everything that she does. She even provides jewelry for you as well. So just make sure that you guys follow her, okay? Follow her. She put out some amazing positive content on a day-to-day basis. She's one of those people that you can, the sun coming up, she is doing the thing, okay?
Before the sun come up, sis.
Exactly. So make sure to follow her on all social media platforms. So we have heard all the things that you do for everybody, your audience, your what you do with your husband. But I want to know this. What does Queen Candy want? Do you have any desire to travel? Do you have any desire to do something that you haven't done yet? Let's have some candy time. What do you think you want?
I think our husband just asked us that a couple of days ago. Matter of fact, well, he asks all the time, honestly, because we talk about it. But just like we have in our bio, we hope to perform, on the big stage. One day, hopefully at the BET Awards, at the Grammys. We don't know. If Allah allows it, we'll definitely be there. Wow. Right now, we just want to get our music out to a bigger audience. And now that we on the record label with our husband, it's going to be all new music coming, and we love it because it's going to be coming from us. So just to make that next step, that'll be great. It's going to probably sound a little corny, but we hope to do a talk show one day. That's something we thought about off and on. What else? I think that's wherever life take us. We always have our own agenda in our head, but he driving, so we just in the passenger seat riding. But yeah, those are a couple of things we hope to do. Be on the big stage one day, and just doing what we love to do. As far as traveling, we still do want to travel, but with COVID and this monkeypox and everything that's going on, we kind of been chilling here in Indiana for right now. So honestly, that's going to be up in the air. We're not really trying to travel right now. Everything that's going on, and but we hope to, because our husband has seen the world. So we're like, yeah, baby, we want to do a little bit of traveling. So we're gonna see about that part, but yeah.
Well,
we're gonna see.
Well, I can agree with you on the traveling part because I'm that person looking like, okay, I'm seeing everybody ripping and rolling, going out, but I'm that one in the corner looking like, let me see how this gonna turn out before I go out there.
You see it on the news. You get all the stats.
It's not the time to do no wide for me. I would say for me, it's not the time for me to do wide traveling. So I take advantage of anything that's on the virtual standpoint and use it to my, full capacity. So I understand that. But listen, you will be on the BET. Who knows? You could take the Queen Candy show on the red carpet and be interviewing people, girl. Like,
hey, who knows? Who knows?
You just never know. And then all of a sudden you go from interviewing on the red carpet to performing on the stage. Okay, and like this woman is just breaking. She was on the red carpet. Now she performing her husband.
Yeah, oh yeah, he gonna be there. He'll be there.
Yeah.
He gonna be. Well, he made a joke one time. I'm gonna be a hype man. He said something about that. I'm gonna be like, how you going to hype this off? We're like, come on, let's go.
I know.
He will definitely be there. Definitely.
Oh,
yeah, for sure.
Wherever I'm at, my husband's there too. So you don't see him. He's somewhere in another room doing something, making sure I'm straight.
Yep.
So I be the same on that. So first of all, I just really appreciate everything that you do. Thank you for just sharing and promoting CTR Media Network to the fullest. Thank you for being consistent. You actually motivate me, because I see you.
Oh, no. What you mean?
You're doing, listen, I get motivated by people too. Everyone thinks that I don't need motivation. I don't know, but I'll be looking at it like, yes, I do. And it's certain people that I see that are doing things on social media that's positive, and I'm drawn to that. And so I'm just like, look at her hustling. That's what I'm talking about. So if she's not getting off the gas, I'm not getting off the gas neither.
Yeah, we just wanted to say, we thank, of course, y'all know, for those that don't know, we are Muslim, that's why we keep saying a lot. But we thank him, of course, and you just for bringing the platform to us. So we wouldn't even be able to do none of this if it wasn't for y'all, helping out. So we thank you just for that. Now, for real, anyone that's seeing this, if y'all not on the network, get on the network. And we're not just saying this because of the interview. This is the first person that's actually said, I got you, and I'm going to help you. And they kept their word. So whenever she needs us to do something, we don't care what it is, we'll do it. We'll promote or help whenever. And yeah, we want to get paid, but even if she don't, we still gonna do it. But this is the first person because we have so many people, scam us in the whole 9 yards, and they didn't keep their word. And your word is always supposed to be your bond at all times. And she did everything she said she was gonna do and more. So it got us to be more disciplined with our content and our shows, and it pushes us to hold ourselves more accountable and making sure we're doing what we need to do. And she just it's real. Don't always look at the stats and the numbers, y'all. Look at people, work ethic. And Tina, she's the real deal. So we'll promote and do whatever. So we thank you for that platform. And when our show won't even be growing, it will not. And it was dead, y'all. Our show was dead. When did we join? A couple of months ago? It's been a couple of months since we joined the network. Since then, our plays have gone up. We on, I think, like 20 platforms now on so many apps, and it's getting out to bigger people. So thank you.
Okay, for everybody that think that was a plug that was planned, listen, I didn't know she was gonna say that, but I appreciate it. And Queen Ken, the reason why I decided to build CTR Media Network was because I was just like you, a podcaster. I was on radio, I was on streaming TV, I was on these multiple different networks, and everyone kept giving me all these promises. I put in the work. I didn't really see the results that I wanted. Some things I saw a little bit, but I was doing most of the work. And I was just at the place in my life where I was ready to walk away from everything. For what people don't know is that I was getting ready to stop the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast. I just got so frustrated, okay? And so I went on hiatus for about 3-4 months. And people start just flooding in writing, saying how much they missed the show and when is it coming back. They know I went on break, but when the next season? And I'm like, next season, this a wrap, because this can be a very treacherous, very unsuring, and a very this industry can be very, very toxic if you're not with the right people. It's a lot of people that really manipulates and take advantage of good-hearted people, and I lost a lot of money. And so that is the reason why I decided to start CTR Media Network. I started it in 2021, worked on it the entire year, and then launched it in this year in January. But when I started it by myself, and then I started adding more people onto it as it got bigger, getting more people to help and doing more things. And then it grew, and then I started putting it out, because I know how it feels to be that podcaster or a person that needs to get their stuff out. I know how it feels to put your money on the line because you have a bigger purpose, a bigger vision that you want to do, and you want to help people, but you just need to get it out, but you don't have the biggest budget to pay like those big conglomerates in order to do it. And I know how it feels when you get mishandled and mistreated. And so the reason why this was all started was because I got sick and tired of being sick and tired. And instead of complaining about it, I decided, to do something about it with God's help, to do something about it, and only have certain people join the network that had the same foundation of wanting just to do right, to do better, to get their message out. And so I ended up finding and meeting people like Queen Candy and other people who from other industries, and we all just came together to create impactful, positive media.
Yep.
And there you go. And so I didn't do this by myself. In order to do anything of this magnitude, you have to have good people. You have to have a foundation, and then I had the knowledge of knowing what to do in the industry. It was just teaching other ones how to do it, and then having the right ones to help you do it and work it behind the scenes, and also having some amazing people like Queen Candy that just boom, they just go, right? And so I just want to thank you for you could have went with anybody. You didn't know me from a can of paint.
Nope.
You met me on the Wisdom app. You didn't know. So the fact that you could have went with everybody else, we were new, just starting out, and you went with us. I thank you for that, and I'm just so happy. My team and I, every time we reach another plateau, is because I'm saying y'all betted on us, and we're doing it. We're doing the thing.
Like you said, you never know. So we didn't know how it was going to turn out.
Yeah.
And we're glad it turned out the way it did. So sometimes you just got to go on faith.
Yes, you do. And for me, my integrity means a lot. My word means a lot. I just don't throw things out just to throw it out. I don't make empty promises. I do my best to fulfill what I said I'm going to do. And if I can't, I find out that something happened, I can't do what I said I can do, what we've promised. I'll be like, okay, now listen, we can't do this, but we can do that. Let us do, we're going to have that communication. So Queen Candy, let me tell you something, girl. You done went from pain to purpose to survival. Then you turn around and tell us about your writing journey, and you dealt with homelessness, broken down relationships. You dealt with so many different things, and then you decided you was going to take that pain and bottle it up, and you was going to make some spoken verbs, some music, some books, a podcast on radio. And you're not finished yet. I can't wait to see what you're going to do next. So what I want you to do is tell everybody how they can support you. You already talked about everything you do with it for everybody else, but how can we support Queen Candy and what you're doing?
Oh man, just y'all can just check out the show. Y'all can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, subscribe to our YouTube, which is the Queen Candy Podcast. Like we said earlier, go check out our music. Y'all can download it, purchase it, share it. Check out our show, of course, here on the CTR Media Network, on different other platforms, WBGRTV, Apple, iHeartRadio, Spotify. Our show is on YouTube as well. Podvine, Audrey. Hope we said that right. Like we said, we are starting a new chapter, so no longer be doing free work. So y'all can message us and contact us. We'll give you different pricing. We're going to be doing sponsorships, commercial placement, mentorships with Miss Tina, radio plays, radio spins, interviews, of course, audio or video. And yeah, we have a lot coming. So we have a little list of things we're going to be doing. But yeah, we just looking to just grow our show, y'all, get our message and our story out there to all our Black women, because that's who we really target. And yeah, just support, y'all. We'll support back.
Well, thank you for giving me some of your time. And listen, this is one of the hardest working women in broadcasting. After she do this interview with us, homegirl got to go over and do her own show. So what I want all you guys to do is, after you finish watching the Tina Ramsey show and podcast, and all of you who are listening in, because we're on radio too, and we're on podcasting and YouTube and TV, I need you guys to make your rounds and go on and hit up Queen Candy and listen to her in the clubhouse and everywhere else you said.
And that's what we forgot too. Radio, y'all can check us out Monday through Friday, and we post it every day on Monday through Friday on WJR Radio and WUNK Radio. So we actually just do replays of our podcast on there, so they just load the shows up. So y'all check that out. So that's another plus you'll get from interviewing with us. You get to be on 2 other radio stations. So we're gonna have a package deal coming. So yeah, this.
Oh wow.
We working.
I'm excited. So make sure, for those of you who are looking for ways in order to position and spotlight and place your business before a lot of listeners and people with real reach, okay, then make sure to check out the Queen Candy Show. You can see her on CTR Media Network and all major podcasting platforms, including radio. You can also check her out on the largest social media store in the world, which is Amazon. So you can get her song, you can download it, you can share it, and you can comment to let her know how much you love it. And also, it never hurts to give a little selfie to let us know when you bought a book, and we will post you on our social media. How about that?
Yes.
We will post you on our social media after you purchase anything or you download and you listen to it. We will put you on our social media.
Yeah, we gotta start learning how to do autographs soon.
Yes. We're gonna do all of that. And so make sure to check her out. And the Queen Candy Show actually reached being on part of the CTR Media Network, reached 350 million global listeners, along with being in 47 countries, our network. And then she extends her network beyond us with the radio. And drop their name again.
WJR and WUNK Radio.
Exactly. So make sure you go and support her over there as well. Queen Candy, thank you for stopping by the Tina Ramsey Show. Thank you for everything that you do. And for those of you who need some podcast coaches, some podcast mentors, some podcast help. Wait, wrong point. Listen, she is one of my go-to people. When I can't handle the load, I pass them on to Queen Candy, but she ain't free. There is a fee. All right. All right, but if you do need help, and she has availability, she will definitely get you on her appointment schedule. So with all that being said, we're gonna wrap this show up because Queen Candy got to go on to her show. And so I'll be following and listening in, girl. Thank you so much for coming on the show today. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
All right, everyone. I want to give a quick shout out to all the people that are on Instagram, the Michael Finkley Show, Brenda, Multifarious Studios, Simplicity Drywall, CTR is in the building. A lot of people is in the building, and also on Facebook and YouTube and LinkedIn. Thank you so much for taking your time to not only watch, but view and engage with our show and our today's guest. Make sure to hop on over to follow the Queen Candy Show on CTR Media Network and all the other places in which you can find her show. On that note, you guys, we want you to keep smiling, and we want you to know that the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, we got you back. So we will see you next time with another guest next Thursday at 7:30 p.m. EST. Where? On the Tina Ramsey Show. It's time for you to come, share, shout, and grow. Where at? On the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast. See you guys next week. You over here looking with the melon popping, but she had 3 children. And I have
3 teenagers, 13,
and I have 2 teenagers.
Yeah.
So how do you balance everything that you do, because you are a sought after speaker, not like you just speak. No, everybody's seeking to have you speak for them, and then balance being a mom, and then the self-care facet that we need to do. We need to make time for ourselves, but how do we do that?
Yeah, I don't waste time, and I don't let other people waste my time. That's just my philosophy. I don't waste my time. I don't let anybody else come into my space and waste my time. My time is valuable, and as long as I have life and breath in my body, that means I have work to do. There are people who are waiting on me to show up. There are people who will not take their next step into their next best season and greatest version of themselves until I show up. There's someone somewhere who is praying for me to show up tomorrow. And when you know that, without a shadow of a doubt, that there is something uniquely and divinely orchestrated in your life and for your life that is connected to someone else's growth and elevation, and that someone right now is at home on their knees praying to God for you to show up because you are the solution to their pain, or you are the inspiration for what they want to accomplish. When you know that, you wake up with a different type of energy, and you realize, okay, I've got to show up, but in order to service all these parts of my life, my husband and I have been together for 21 years, so I'm nurturing a marriage. I have 3 teenagers, 13, 14, and 17, and I have a $1 million enterprise that I'm running. So I have
and have client fulfillment. When you have all those pieces, not to mention the self-care, when you have all those things on you, you cannot afford to waste time. And you certainly can't afford to allow anything else that's just a distraction to derail you from your bigger purpose. There is purpose on my
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the She Trucking Podcast. It's been so long since I've been on here to be able to come talk to y'all, but I want to show up today on purpose, making sure that we are purposeful in our moves, right? This has been, we are in 2022. 2022, we started and founded the She Trucking Association almost exactly 5 years. It'll be 5 years, April the 1st. So thank y'all for y'all support. Make sure you sharing this video out. I have a special guest with me today. He is a truck driver. His name is Nakori Thomas. He go by the AKA Yoda. He goes by Yoda. And I'm going to bring him on. We're going to talk trucking, okay? Spread the word. Share this video out. We're talking about trucking all day, every day. But before I bring him on, let me get a word for our sponsor. Shout out to Blue Tiger. I got my headset. If you came to the She Trucking Expo, you probably have one of these headsets as well, as we gave out a lot of them at the expo. So let me just, pay these bills with the sponsor, and we'll be right back.
The biggest thing I've learned while building a business in the trucking industry is learning how to maximize my profit. From starting as a company driver to becoming an owner-operator, establishing a company, and steadily expanding a fleet, I really needed a fuel card that would work for me. So I chose A to B fuel card. No credit check or social security number is required. They charge no monthly fees. They offer competitive discounts at every truck stop and gas station. And the thing I love most is the more you use your card for things like fuel, you unlock your card to be used for other purchases like repairs, tolls, and other trucker day-to-day expenses. So head on over to www.a2b.com and get your new fuel card today. All you need to apply is an EIN and proof of revenue.
This is the Blue Tiger headset. It is the Blue Tiger headset that I have in my hand. They have many different versions of the Blue Tiger headset. They have pink and red and black. They give you so many choices, y'all. Okay. So if you are looking for a headset, I love it because it is Black woman owned. This is Black History Month. So I love it. I love it. I love it. And I want to thank Blue Tiger for sponsoring the She Trucking 2021 Expo. All right, now let's get down to the nitty gritty. We got some more sponsors that we shouting out and saying thank you. We had about 21 sponsors. All of our sponsors are in our description that people and companies who believe in our mission and our vision and it align with their purpose. And we was able to give back during Trucker Appreciation Week at the Expo. Make sure get in the comments. Tell me where y'all from, where you watch it from, where it's Facebook, YouTube. We live on every platform right now. Oh, I miss y'all too, Mr. Michael Mercer. Will you inbox me? Inbox me the F3 defense information so I can put this in the video as well. Just inbox it to my Facebook Messenger so I can make sure I shout you out. Because yes, we were just talking about last year we was together
right, for my birthday, and they was installing the F3 Defense to make sure I'm safe on the road. So I want to make sure I shout him out in the process. And I've been looking. Miss Trina Brown says I've been looking for that pink CB radio for so long. Normally they have them at the TAs and the petrols, or you can go to the I-80 truck stops, or in Missouri, Joplin, Missouri. That's normally where they have those pink ones. Atlanta, shout out to Atlanta on Facebook, Miss Brown. Dallas, Texas, where y'all from? Shout it out in the comments. I'm gonna bring my special guest up. As y'all know, I love bringing the truckers up, right? We always all about the truckers, because you know I'm a trucker myself. So we got to bring him up, and bring him on. Welcome to the She Trucking Podcast.
Thanks for having me.
So tell them about you. Tell them how long you've been in this industry driving, a little bit about yourself.
I've been in this industry for 10 years. I started out at US Foods in Boca Raton and came over to OTR after that, started company OTR after that, and gradually progressed to owner operator. And it's been a journey. It's been a great journey. It's been a hard, tough, great journey. Every day is not going to be an easy day. And I love trucking. I don't like it. I love it. It's my bloodline. It's what I do. It's what I live. And I love trucking.
What do you love about trucking?
I love the adventures. I love the challenge. I love every aspect of it, the good and the bad, because I have went from just a truck driver to I have tools everywhere. I can do almost anything on this truck or that trailer. And that's an adventure. That's a challenge for me to not just be sitting in this seat, you know, holding this wheel going up and down the highway. I can also fix on my truck. I can also fix on the trailer. I don't need, you know, necessary help every time. I am my help. So I love the challenge.
So you save a lot of money putting your own light bulbs in.
On light bulb. Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Going to the truck stop to be, and that's part of learning this process of ownership.
Absolutely.
It's making sure that you have zip ties. I promise y'all, I'll zip tie anything.
Absolutely.
Everything. Electrical
Absolutely.
tape. What are some of the give us a list. I'm gonna write it down too, of some of the little that you use to make trucking easier.
Well, up front here, because no one sits in the passenger seat, I have quite a few things. I have a few flashlights. This is one. And I have what I bought, this emergency light for traffic. I bought a couple of these to put on the back of the trailer. They help out also with your emergency triangles to help the vision for traffic to see you a little bit easier and a little bit smoother. And I also I'm always collecting tools. I have cans of WD-40. I have PB Blaster. WD-40 and PB Blaster are the same thing, but PB Blaster works a lot better when you're working with a rusty trailer or something that's seriously rusty. So I use PB Blaster for that. And I have drills. I have what is this? Allen keys. I have drills, Allen keys, sockets, bits, wrenches of all sizes. I can change my own tire. If I get a flat, I can change my own tire. I save money. I can change my own tire on the side of the road. I'm pretty much a rolling shop to myself. Pretty much a rolling shop to myself.
And that's the way you gotta be, because sometimes when you go into the shop, you're gonna spend a couple months before you can even get your truck out of that shop. Right
exactly.
now, the shops are so backed up, especially during COVID. Nobody ain't want to work, so mechanics are having a hard time, you know, trying to keep, to be able to fix on our equipment
Exactly.
timely
Exactly.
manner. So I want to commend you for that. And that comes with years of experience. And that's why I label experience that shows.
Exactly.
What are some of the challenges, let's see, that you see people face or that you face with on the road?
Basic stuff that I witness a lot of times is people don't know how to slide the tandems. They don't know how to weigh the trailer out. And you don't have, a lot of times you're not going to be in a position or place to where you're going to have that curb or that concrete block to slide your tandems. So you have to have that stuff with you. So I have 3 2x4 blocks, which are nailed together behind a solid 8x8 block, which is my block for trailers. If I were to have a problem slide my tandems, I wouldn't have a problem, because I have my tools inside of my doghouse. And a lot of people, a doghouse is nothing more than the side compartments of your tractor. That's a doghouse. I'm kind of old school with my lingo out here, and I keep a lot of tools with me to help people also change lights, unlock doors. As far as like this, I have this. I can, if I run across you at the truck stop and you're locked out of your truck, I can get you in your truck in about 2 minutes. And I'm pretty much equipped to help with anything. I'm pretty much equipped with help with anything. And that's pretty much the gist of it.
I need that too because I used to get locked out of my truck a lot. I never forget one time I got locked out and I left the truck in the middle of the street. I said, I'm gonna jump out the truck and see if this is where I'm supposed to pull in at. And the truck locked. I said, oh my God, the truck is stuck in the middle of the street. But hey y'all, tell us where y'all from. A dog box. Yeah, listen, trucker terms. Hey, tell us some of the trucker terms, because now this new generation of trucking, they don't really use it as much. So when I say chicken coop, don't nobody know what that is. When I'm talking to like these new dispatchers and brokers, they don't know what they don't know how to talk to us.
Yeah.
So just throw out some trucker terms for it.
Like you say, the chicken coop, the dog box, the catwalk, which is the back of the trailer, the back of the tractor, that platform that goes in the middle of the tractor, which you can stand on and do your work or connect your hoses or whatever the case may be. Radio. This is what people get radio confused at. Radio for me, radio for me is the CB. FM is the radio where your music come out of. So people, I say radio, I'm speaking CB. You say radio, you're speaking CB. But radio is CB to me. FM is radio for me. And what are some other terms? Oh wow, Sheree, you put me on the spot.
What about the bear? With we got some full-grown bears out there. We got some bears.
Yeah, the bears, the gators.
The gators, the gate on the road.
The gate on the road. The gate on the road is nothing more than a flat tire, a tire blown, and it's shrapnel. It's shrapnel laying on in the road. What are some other terms?
Chicken coop. Look, Miss Bunny said chicken coop. And the bear. Yeah. See, when you real drivers, they gonna know the terminology of trucking. Okay?
And also, I haven't bought windshield wiper fluid in years. This is my windshield wiper fluid. I'll drop about 4 or 5 drops of this in my reservoir and I'll fill it up. This is my windshield wiper fluid. I don't buy windshield wiper fluid. Dawn, you're gonna get a whole lot more use out of it. Windshield wiper fluid for your hands, cleaning off your tools. You get a whole lot more uses out of it and saves money. You know, every penny counts. Um, what else?
Look at these. City Kitty. Care Bear. Full grown bears. All right. That's some truckers coming out. Come on, y'all. Come on with it. I love it. And that's what I love about trucking. You know what I'm saying? We have our own language. We have our own communities. You know, we can see we 50 states in the United States, you'll see the same person throughout the years. Like it's like a big family, you know.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
I met you probably back in 2015.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Second company, American Central Transport.
Absolutely.
Y'all, he drove up on me and said, "You know who I am?" No. Do I supposed to? Are you a celebrity? Are you Jeezy or somebody? No. and he rolled up on me as I was washing my truck, and he said, "You know who I am." And so what he was talking about is he is a highway hero, and I want you to get into that and talk about the highway hero and how you save someone's life.
Okay. That particular instance, there was a driver. She was stranded. She was stranded in the middle of the lane on the highway. I think we were on 35 North. I think we were on 35 North, right above Missouri, going into Nebraska. Yeah, I think it was on 35 North, going into Nebraska, Iowa, something like that, Nebraska. So I stopped and proceeded, you know, to put my triangles out and to help her. And what had happened was she had blown a tire. And, you know, like sometimes when you blow a tire on a trailer, the rubber will catch, it'll catch the mud flap and it'll bend it in. And that's what happened with her. It bent it into the other tires and it was making noise, causing smoke, this, that, and the third. So I got out, hooked the chain up to it, backed my truck up, pulled it out, straightened it out because I'm not strong enough to do that. So I straightened it out. She was good to go. She was so thankful. And ACT, the company that we worked for at the time, Sheree, was named ACT, All American Central Transport, out of Liberty, Missouri. It was nothing for me to help someone. I'll help anyone if I can, how I can, whatever. But she went back and told them that I had stopped and helped her and this and that, and so they rewarded me with this this award, and I was overwhelmed. I was highly grateful and surprised about the award. And again, if I see you or if you see me and you have a question or you just want to have a conversation, there's nothing. I have time. I always have time and to help you or to give you some advice or just have a conversation, period. And that's how I got that award, that particular award. That's how I got it. I can't hear you, Sheree.
I'm sorry. I was going to take
Okay.
myself off mute. I said, I'm just happy to know you, you know, because in my life, you have been a mentor to me. I was brand new. I had 11 months experience, y'all. I was just coming out of a year, and he answered a lot of my questions, answered a lot of the questions I had. And that's the thing. Once you get your license, you don't know everything out here.
Absolutely.
They come out here and it's like they think they know everything, and
Absolutely.
they don't. If you live a little longer,
That's it.
Longer, you're gonna learn something every.
And no driver knows everything. I don't care who the driver is. No driver knows everything. You can always learn something in this industry. You can always learn something.
Yes, and you have to listen to people when they're giving you their advice. You know.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So I try to listen to the people who have a lot of experience.
Hey, absolutely.
It's so important. So,
it goes a long way.
It goes a real long way. Hey, one thing I like, Mr. Eric Turner, I had quoted him earlier in the intro, but Mr. Eric Turner said one time, he said, everyone ain't meant to be on the road. That's why they made sidewalks. Right. That's why they made sidewalks. So some people good, dispatchers, some people good at driving. Miss Bunny says, with 20 years experience, she said a never-ending learning lesson. Yep.
Absolutely.
A never-ending learning experience. Yep.
Absolutely.
A never-ending learning experience. So that is
absolutely
so true. That is so true.
And as a driver, being in this industry, when I interact with drivers, especially the young drivers that come in, because I can see you. I don't have to talk to you. I can see you and size you up, and tell it about how much experience you may know, or how long you've been in this industry. Once you get into this industry, because a lot of people have started to come into this industry just for the money, but this is a dangerous industry. It's a stressful industry, but it's a great industry also. So when you get into this industry, you have to learn as much as you can, because you need to know how to help yourself and also help someone else if you're in that situation. People get into this industry and all they want to do is just go up and down the highway, up and down the highway. Something happens and you don't know how to help yourself when you're stuck on the side of the road for 10 hours, when you could have helped yourself for, it'll take you 20 minutes to help yourself. You're stuck there for 10 hours. You're losing money. The company doesn't mind because they're going to make money regardless, but you're losing money, you're losing time, and you're not learning. You're not learning. You have to have tools. You have to have spare parts. I have extra airline. I have just tons of spare parts. Bulbs, it can go from bulbs to airlines, to your red and blue airlines, to your trailer airlines, to your 1/8 of an inch airlines that run up under your tractor a lot of times. I just have tons of airlines because and fitters, because I can get under there, I can splice them and I can fix them if need be, if I get a hole somewhere. And you have to learn in this industry. It would be wise if you plan to have some longevity in this industry. You have to learn as much as you can while you're in this industry.
That's right. That is right. That's right. You got to be able to ask the right people, the people behind that wheel that's doing it. So let me just take the time. We 22 minutes in, so let me take the time to give a shout out to my sponsors from the She Trucking Expo. We will be postponing the expo to 2023 because I want to work more with my sponsors and all the vendors and all the people who came. And I didn't have time to do that because of the death of my grandmother. And so I'm taking the time on purpose to be purposeful in my moves. And so shout out to my sponsors. The title sponsor was Variant Trucking Company. It's followed by JT Hustle. He was our diamond sponsor. JT can be found on YouTube. Prime Link Express is a very good company to work for. They was our sponsor as well. They brought in our pink truck that was driven by a lady trucker, Miss D. And Precise Screening, Steam Logistics. Precise Screening is a company who offers consortium. They do drug testing and stuff like that. Then we have Steam Logistics, which is a brokerage out of Chattanooga, Tennessee. So if you're looking for the loads, carriers, and owner operators, you can hit up Steam Logistics, get a carrier pack, and start moving their freight. Team Integrity Knowledge Center. They talk about contracts. They're going to be offering a lot of free resources to our members. Miss Melanie Patterson will be on the podcast here soon, hosted by Tina Ramsey as we go through the Mid-American Truck Show. We'll talk about that later as well. And she has been a mentor to me as well. And she also helped people start their business and trucking companies the right way. At Gate Solutions, that's Miss Shaquana Tinsley. She has the supply chain. Okay, she teaches supply chain management. She is one of the only Black women that is in the industry that's doing what she do. Okay, and then I'll get to the rest of our sponsors a little bit later, but that's half of our sponsors right there as I bring Mr. Nakori, aka Yoda, back. He don't like when I say Nakori. I think I'm the only person that do that to him. I don't care what he write. And he been telling me for years not to do it, and I've been doing it since 2015. So let's talk about. I want to get into some heavy topics. Okay. Okay. Let's talk about CB handles, because you mentioned the radio, and when we talk about radio, we know we're talking about a CB, right? So let's talk about the CB handles. That's what Yoda is, your CB handle, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. You remember what they used to call me? Hey, if you know what they call me, if y'all know my CB handle, put it in the comments. That's gonna tell y'all, people who've been knowing me for a long time, way before she trucking. Put it in the comments. Let's see. Oh, I love this right here. Somebody said prior proper planning prevents poor performance. That's right. If you got the tools you need, you can be successful.
The 6 P's.
Tell Polk said, all right now, let's get it. What a blessing to have such great sponsors. Absolutely. I wanted to make sure it was people who was going to pour into our members and to our community, things that we can reach. And I learned in that process, Blue Tiger was owned by a Black woman, and that just intrigued me. Like, I don't want any other headsets, right? So if you in trying to figure it out, hey, go with that one. That's my suggestion. But let's see, anybody know my handle? Do you remember my handle? He always said Shay Ray. He always say Shay. He just take my name, chop it in half.
So I guess this is what we're gonna do. Is this what we're gonna do?
If you have a CB handle, drop it in the comments. Mine was Brown Sugar. So Brown Sugar was a name that everybody knew me by on the road. When I get on the radio, I'm Brown Sugar. Oh, now you remember.
I never forgot. You know why?
Yeah.
I never forgot.
Yeah. Make sure y'all are dropping y'all handles in the comments. Let's go into logistics a little bit. Okay, let's talk about these brokers and these dispatchers, because we're in a time where social media is taking over. And when I know when we started, we didn't have like brokers or dispatchers on social media talking about how much money they make and what they doing, right? We just knew like behind their phone it was a broker or it was a dispatcher. But who do the dispatcher work for?
The dispatcher, they work for a company, and the company they probably got their loads through a broker, because it's a chain. It's a chain, because if you're a company, you have to go through a broker 90% of the time, unless you have that hardcore link to whatever product it is. You have to go through that broker to get that load, because they have that customer on lock. And that's the only way to get that product.
Who do the dispatcher work for? Hey, you ever fired a dispatcher?
Oh yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I'm just keeping it real, because a lot of them act like they, now are coming out like they are, and I'm like, hey, y'all, you do know that we'll fire your ass. We will fire you if you are not sending us in the right direction. So what are some of the challenges that you face when you're dealing with dispatchers?
Right now, I pick my loads, but when you're talking about with dispatchers, that's how can I say this? With dispatchers, yeah, you talk about going this way or that way, because you have CPM, cents per mile, and then you have percentage. You have percentage pay. So a lot of drivers, a great percentage of drivers get, CPMs. They're running for miles, and then a lot of drivers, they're getting, percentage. Whereas I got the same load you have. It's going 200 miles, and it's paying $1,000, and you got this load is going 200 miles, and you're only making $75 off of that load. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? So with trucking, I tell people, do what works for you, do what is comfortable for you, because everything is not for everybody. And just because this driver is running CPM and this driver is running percentage doesn't make the percentage driver any better than the CPM driver, because you have to do what works for you. You have to, weigh out, this is for me, this is how I like doing it, and that's not for me. So I tell drivers, man, quit getting out to people because they're running, cents per mile, and you're running percentage of the road. That might work for them, but it doesn't work for you. Everything is for everybody. And I brought that up because I feel like it should be a regulation where workers should be at a percentage. Maybe they can take a percentage, like for dispatches, it's 10% or below that they take off our money. Because remember, when you get down to the drive, you done drove 500 miles, so you done drove 600 miles a day, and your check is $200 for that day. It's because it's ain't above us. And so, that's one of the things that I've been working on, talking to the White House about, and the FMCSA is regulating the broker. The broker's where it is a percentage that they take off. Maybe, I don't care if it's 10, I mean, it needs to be 10 below. I mean, the dispatcher gets 10, the broker gets 10, so they go Chris, and then the driver can be able to have more money at the end of the week. And the other thing about with that 2%, they just take a lot. They take a lot off, and there's no regulation. So that's why I wanted to, bring it up about, the dispatcher and the difference between the two. So we want to make sure our drivers are taken care of because y'all on the front line, right? You're in the truck right now. You know what I'm talking about? Where are you located? Not disclosing location. What state? What state are you in? What's your toy? Yeah, there we go. What's your toy? I'm out to 40 in Georgia. Yes. See? So, let me get shots from my phone. So let's take a little break again because we got 31 minutes in. So let me shout my sponsors out. I'll let you drink some water if you want to. I got to go. Okay. Well, give me a second. Okay. Let me read out my sponsors down. So actually, okay, so I really need to tell you whenever they came to the expo, there's one of my sponsors. You're going to be working with them. Implement things into the school. The road programs came and gave a lot at the expo. They mainly gave a lot of cooking products and stuff handy. I can see these radios, burners, and different things like that for our drivers. I was just talking about blue tiger, transfix. One of our sponsors, I can record this. So I'm going to show you the transfix box that they gave. That they gave us to be able to give drivers some truck appreciation week. Our driver solutions gave away $1,000 to our drivers. A Lashy box. Shout out to Lashy box. I'm going to bring the up when I talk about the Lashy box. And everything. He's taking a break to get some water and everything. And then Fast Court is our national apprenticeship. They supported our expo along with Southern Road, which is another Facebook community that you can join and be a part of. They're advocates in the industry. And Coca-Cola sponsors 500 sodas along with She Princess sponsored our repair. Our lanyards. So yeah, welcome back, Mr. Yoda. Okay, I got you. So let me get into this Lashy box here. Okay, since you know me, I was getting my nails done, my lashes, my hair, everything done as I was driving that truck. So you know I have to make sure that these drivers got shout out to Mabry, checking with Mabry because she was the connection to the Lashy box. And we was able to give out to a lot of our CDs. But these boxes that we gave away for free was absolutely amazing. I had never seen a subscription box that was just so these are magnetic lashes, but these are the color palettes that's in the Lashy box. I love that it has the mirror on it as well. But here's the Lashy box colors that are in this color palette. And then here's some of the lashes as well. And it comes with the thank you to the Lashy box
3D silk lashes that are reusable. You can reuse them 30 times for proper care. They're distributed by Low Lash Company. You can go on Instagram or go to lolalashes.com and find them. So I love these lashes, y'all. I love them. As you can see, they're on my eyes right now. That's why I was able to go live with y'all. So you want to lash your box? Make sure you attend the Trucking Expo, or maybe we can get some from Truckers Take the Body. Let's see some of the comments. Thank y'all for tuning in. Please share the video out. It says the broker both right about the money that they get, that they make, and it's insane. So unfortunately, have an attitude of right entitlement. The most important piece of the puzzle should get the money, get the most money, and so going down. So yeah. Thank you so much. Yesterday was my birthday. So I am now 38 years old. You know, Shay. Yes, I am. I can't in my early 20s, maybe I am going into the 40s. So it's time to get out of here. It's time to get out. Okay, let me give you a last question. When you got to go on the road. What do you see the future of women and minorities going in the trucking industry? Women and minorities in the trucking industry in the future. It's going to boom. It's definitely women are definitely coming into the game more and more every year, and I like that. More power to you, women. I salute you. And minorities, we are a minority to the industry, but we have flooded the industry in the last 15, 20 years. We have flooded the industry, and that's because people word of mouth and people talking about how good this job is, how the perks of being out here doing this job, going here, doing that, seeing all these different places, doing different things every day. Minorities and women, we're taking over. Women in the next 5 years, there'll be a ton of women in this industry, and it's a tough industry for anyone that's in this industry. I tell my hat to you. Every time I see you, no matter where you are, I speak and I say, good job, sister. It doesn't matter if you're white, black, Asian, Chinese, Indian. I do the same thing because you're a woman and you're in this male-dominated industry, and it's a tough game. It's a tough game. And I tell my hat to you, and you guys will continue to thrive and grow in this industry. But I see it every year. Every year, I see more and more women come into this industry. And in the next, 15, 20 years, it might just be women just taking over. Because more and more women are coming. And that's okay. Because women can do this job also. It's proven day in, day out. And again, I tell my hat to you. So keep doing what you do. Be safe out here on the road and watch out for some of these crazy drivers. Or run nuts out here also. Thank you so much. That was amazing. That was awesome. That was awesome. Everybody said amen. They said yes. Women are taking over. I like to say we got something to do with that song that she turned it. Man, yeah. We are live in our trucking community right now. And I just want to say that these women are amazing. Like, there's so many amazing people out here now. The industry is changing. It's changing. Absolutely. It needed to change. It really needed to change. It needed a new Facebook. Absolutely. I agree. So I really want to, you was in the beginning with me when I was thinking of this stuff. And I was just really good at that. And I was like, man, I just want to provide a platform for women to be able to get help and get the resources and just to shine out here. Because
Back when you and I met, you have a lot of spunk. I was saying this, you have a lot of spunk, you have a lot of drive, you have charisma, you have a lot of great assets about you. And when you and I started talking, and we were talking about trucking, what you want to do, what I want to do, going trucking, the future, and dealing with this industry. I said, man, you can do that. I said, you can do it. I said, I see this in you, man. It took a minute. It was hard for you, starting out. It took a while. But what you didn't do, you didn't quit. No matter how many times the ball dropped, you picked the ball up and you kept running with it. The ball dropped, you picked it up, you kept running. And look at you now. And I'm proud of you. I've seen you. I've heard. I think I was the first person with your ideas. You don't talk to me about your ideas. And to have those conversations years ago and to see what we were talking about being manifested into what it is now. And man, you already know. I'm behind you 10 toes down. So you, man, with both rifles in each hand, man, ready to go to war with you. You out here, man. I'm telling you, I've seen your work. I've seen your tears. I've heard you cry and whatnot. And I see you, man. It's going to get better. It's going to be hard times. It's going to be just road. It's going to be some hard times, but you face hard times, you know, you get this thing up and run. Keep doing what you do. And you know, I'm here. I ain't going nowhere. I appreciate it. You know, I'm telling you, I said, I know a lot of female drivers, but I know just more men than I do in the industry because that's all that was here, right? And we had our brothers that had our back, and that's what I want to see come back into trucking, is that we recognize that sisterhood and that brotherhood like it used to be. You know, when you pick up the phone, you know who around the CB radio. You know, you don't get see somebody rolling down the road, you know who they is, you know how they're going to shout them out. Or you just tailgate. As many times we don't tailgate down the house. He always leaves. But we tailgate down the highway. And all that kind of stuff. But that's wrong trucking. And I want you to tell the story about I'm not doing that again. Man, come on, man. I need to do that. I know it. Yeah, let them know this is my phone. Okay, now, I want you to story. You want to slow down for one. Tell it. You know, it was so, you know, like I said, you saw random people, and we also work for the same company. So, you know, we know church, you know, and stuff like that. So, I go up at the church style, and like, I mean, like, you know, continue driving in the middle of the night, y'all. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to drive. I'm going to go home. I want to chat it over. And we were so happy to Kentucky somewhere in the road or something. So I ended up doing stuff like that. Okay. Yeah, but it was right for everybody. So I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna get my stuff, you know, and I'm gonna jump on. And then as soon as I got in, so my people like, I wouldn't drive if I was you. I was just going in front. And I was like, no, I'm trying to make it on down because once I get past the top, you know, it's gonna be, down. You know, it just didn't make no sense to me to stop. So, y'all, I get back in the truck. I get to driving. And I thought I'm making 5 miles, 4 5 miles. 4 or 5 miles. I'm down the road. I pull over at the first rest area. I see and I'm asleep. Early morning, the lights are off now. It's morning time. I get a call. That's right. I'm not in that truck. I'm like, yeah, that's me. So I said at the same thing, yeah, we ain't got my food. Okay. Ain't got here is safety. Safety is the number one thing. You want to make sure that you're safe. I got it wrong. So I'm tired. Pull over. Pull back. Try to and go to sleep. You know, it's not even though we're tired.
immediately. So that was a life-learning lesson for me. So what was a life-learning lesson for you that you have learned since you've been around? Lesson for me. One is the rest that we have now. It's wintertime. One thing I've learned by talking to older drivers is help yourself as much as possible. So in the sense of it's wintertime and you're in this ice and snow and all of that, before you get to those climates, have yourself as prepared as you can be for almost anything in that climate. So if you're in that climate and you have to stop the truck and it snows or it ices up, now you can't move because your tires are spinning. You can't move. But what will help you in the process of when you get to that climate and you're stopping, you're about to stop is if you keep at least 2 legs of canary or quick dry, which they put on the second fuel or whatever. Canary is the same thing. It's the same thing. Catch the right? It absorbs the caffeine. So it does the same thing as you absorb that snow, that ice, that water on the ground. It's going to give you traction on your tires, on your drive tires, because you get out of whatever jam you might be in. You get out of that canary or quick dry on hand in your dog box. So that's one thing that I learned. Those two told me that I've been doing it ever since. That's one life lesson. And I say, me personally, I run a dog box now. I let the guy a couple days ago. I have 2 34 chains. I pull you out. I'm not going to charge you. I pull you out. I take time I pull you out. If you give me something, I might take it, I might not. Y'all, what's in your dog box? You want to give us a tour because I'm pretty sure y'all dog box. And I was like, I do get trouble for money. Share it out. Share it out. So because you were there, I'm from the truck. I have real tools. This is I have tools everywhere. And you see that's another can of PV plastic. And I don't PV plastic, I don't want a can of PV plastic. And what is this? This is a can of starter fluid. Sometimes you need the starter fluid with the triple shot. You gotta know what you're doing with the starter fluid. All kinds of tools. All kinds of tools. I have jacks. Change the legs. Where they have to tighten up the legs. All kinds of tools here. Rockers. What's happening here? I have 2 different mallet. This is all mallet. Over the mallet. Let's go to the bottom box. I got 22. Let's go to the bottom box. Now box, y'all. It's not box, whatever you want to call it. Okay, on this side. On this side, I have my 2 34 chains. So if you're stuck, I can pull you out. If I'm stuck, I can wave another truck down. I know how to hook up to the trailer. I know how to hook up to the trailer tomorrow to get the trailer to pull me outside the limits. So right here, extra straps. I have about 5 extra straps for my trailer. This is, I have a creeper. So this is my carpet, my wood. Just in case I need to get up on the other side. I'm going to try to fix some bars or fix anything. I have my creeper. I do flat bed also. I do flat bed in the summer and the spring. So I have buggies. Buggies come in handy a lot of times for all the stuff on the trailer. I have extra airline, like I said. I'm not going to catch me slipping with an airline. I'm always looking extra airlines. I have extra oil, extra water. And I have about 2 gallons of water. About 3 gallons of water. I forgot to get on this side. I'm going to brush. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for giving us a tour because we want to make sure people are equipped and they're ready when they're on the road. So I you that for you giving us that tour, you gave us a lot of helpful tools that you use out here. And we appreciate that. So, well, I know you got to go, so yes, one last thing I want to say is thank you for joining me today. I really appreciate it. Thank you for pouring into me because you're a piece of why I'm who I am and why I pour into others. And I hope you have the last words that you want to leave with. You gotta be safe out here. First and foremost, be safe. Be safety first. Watch out for yourself. Watch out for other drivers. Because accidents can happen. Have fun while you're out here. Enjoy it. Have fun. Enjoy it. And increase. Just continue to increase. And not just be doing this just to be doing it. This is our life. Talk to other drivers. Share your information, share your knowledge. And you gotta share with each other. That way we all can grow together. And be respectful of each other, man. This is our community. It's very small. Like Sheree said earlier in the podcast, it's very small. You're going to cause a lot of the same drivers. 30 years, you win. That's a very small community. And just be respectful, be kind to everybody. Because we're all out here doing the same thing. You have to feel apart. Feel apart taking your breaks, this and that. You pee bottles everywhere. Clean up after yourself. Look out for the next driver. When you can help them, just help them. And just be kind and courteous, man. I'm do to you like I want you to do to me. Just that simple. I appreciate you. I appreciate you much, man. Thank you for being a friend. Oh my gosh, man. I appreciate you. I need some part. Of course, we gotta have fun. Let me say this. Be safe on the road. Be safe on the road. And we'll see you in the middle of the Thank you. We will be speaking about the future of women and minorities. I need the drivers to come out. I need y'all to show up and come out and all the tools and resources that you need for the industry. So you go ahead and you keep on trucking. My trucking people. Trying to do understand. Yes, ma'am. All right. Bye-bye. So this was a good podcast, y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in. It's been a long time since I jumped on and done the podcast. But it was amazing having y'all with me today. He's a 20-year vet. And I came in and got a bunch of experience. So I just really got up on his wing and learned a lot from him. And so, and I know a lot of people out here. So before I go, I do want to say we're doing this podcast either weekly or monthly. I want if you can throw in some days that y'all want to have time to be able to watch the podcast. I used to do it on Sundays, and now today's Saturday. So whatever days work best for you, if you give me a little idea about put it in the comments before I end this podcast, or if you're watching a replay, just throw some days out that you want me to come on live. If you're interested in being able to jump on the podcast, I'll be sharing that link as well, or you can just DM me and say, hey, I'm interested in the podcast, and I'm looking for drivers who want to be able to share their story the most. And I'm really looking for the drivers that want to share your stories, because your voice has to be heard. Let me drop some of these websites that I talked about, Lashybox. So you go to lashybox.com if you're interested in making some relationships y'all know what my age is like. And then here's the new type of website as well. When we talk about those new type of headsets, if you're interested in being able to get the new type of headset, please write this code down. We have a code where you can get a discount on the type of headset. So make sure you write this code down and be able to order your headset online so you get a discount for $5. Everything that we do is based. As you know, I'm a driver. This is my 8th year, and I will be on the road with y'all. I will go live in the truck stops with y'all. We just sit down at the truck stop. So I'll see y'all soon out there on the road. Y'all be safe. Be safe. Be safe. Be safe out there, y'all. Thank y'all for y'all support. Thank you for all of the prayers and the blessings and all the birthday wishes. And thank you for staying on this journey with me. Okay? Thank you for staying on this journey with me. I hope to see y'all at the Mid-American Truck Show. Matter of fact, before I go, let me share my screen because I want to show y'all. Let me share my screen with you so I can show y'all. And I hope it'll share right. Can you see? This is the Mid-American Truck Show. It's their 50th year. And we want to make this truck show diverse. So if you're planning to attend the Mid-American Truck Show, let us know. Let us know you will be in attendance. We want to make sure that we say hello to you. I want to make sure I'm around. I need to get some type of messenger or something. But it is the Mid-American Truck Show. If you're on Instagram, you can just click the link in our bio to be able to sign up. And we are going to be doing a California Truck Show as well. And it's the North America Truck Show. So I'll be posting about that as well. So make sure you register to attend so you get in the room. Write this code down for Blue Tiger as well. So you can get you a discount on your headsets as well. So we want to make sure that you are going to get all the tools and resources you need to be able to be successful out here on the road. Last but not least, thank y'all for tuning in to the She Trucking Podcast. We started the She Trucking Podcast, I think, in 2019 or 2018. And Tina Ramsey has been hosting her show on the She Trucking Podcast. If you have a right page, we are live now. So thank you to Tina Ramsey, and thank you to Lockout Man for keeping it and holding it down and to other people and just helping us to continue. Right? It takes a team. It really takes a team to be able to make the mission. So, Miss Bunny says, congratulations. Thanks. You're welcome. Welcome. Thank you. I met Miss Bunny on the road a long time ago as well. And so she's been my friend forever, and longevity and relationships are very, very important. So once again, this is the first you're hearing that we will be postponing the She Trucking Expo this year. I'm going to be refunding money and all that stuff around or you can put it on for 2023. So either way, we're going to give you an option for what you want to do. And of course, it's free for drivers. Everything you have to do is just show your driver's license to get in. Okay? So I'm proud of each and every one of y'all. I'm proud of y'all, and I love y'all, and I want you to know that I love you. It ain't nothing you can do about it. Okay? I'm out of here. My name is Sheree Moore. I'm the founder and CEO of She Trucking. Okay? And She Trucking now we have a nonprofit organization now. Our She Trucking Foundation. I have an amazing board, an amazing team. We have Miss Janet Banks. So I can go recruiting. We're so proud this year, as well as Dr. Erica. And then we have a whole committee. Ms. Jennifer and a bunch of many people that join me throughout this year because I bring my team on. The She Trucking Foundation is now a nonprofit 501(c)(3) organization. And we're going to be pouring in into our members and offering so many benefits. So I'm so excited about it. And if you want to go to our website, you can learn more as well about it. You can just learn more on SheTruckingInfo.com, or you can go to SheTrucking.com to be able to register, sign up, and become a member. Okay? All right, y'all. I'll see you on the sunny side. Stay safe out here on the road and keep on trucking, baby.